of revealing the significant contribution of women in combating the COVID-19 situation. Today, as we begin the second day of the conference, we will embark on the course of reflection on the role of women as caregivers, both within the family as well as in the community. Today is session 4 and the theme is Women as Unpaid Caregivers in the Family. Today we have 3 experts. The first is Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan, second is Dr. Nandita Mundal, and the third is Dr. Vibhuti Patel. I would request all the participants to reserve their questions like yesterday at the end of the session. Let me take this opportunity to invite Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan for today's session. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan. She is the former principal of the Nirmala Niketan College of Social Work, Mumbai. She has been engaged in social work education and practice for more than 32 years. As a former director of the research unit of the college, she has directed several research studies on socio-economic and health aspects pertaining to the vulnerable groups such as women, tribal communities, sex workers, religious minorities, children, disability, and aging population. Currently, she is an assessor with NAC. She is also a peer reviewer for national and international journals on social work. She is also the chief editor of the academic journal Perspectives in Social Work. As a member of the Academic Council and Research Committee of the College of Social Work, she has contributed a lot to this field. To add a feather to her cap, she is also the visiting faculty at the S.P. Jain Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai. Her work is not limited. She is also the chairperson of the Family Service Center. This is an organization which is working for the past 65 years in the field of non-institutional services for children, including adoption, foster care, and sponsorship. So with such different dimensions to your personality, I'm sure all our participants are eager to listen to you. Hence, I invite you, Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan, to express your views on the topic, namely women as unpaid caregivers in the family. So now I hand over the first part of today's conference to Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Seema. And it's always a pleasure to be here with the MD College, with Dr. Vibhuti Patel. Yesterday, and Dr. Deepa Sharma, Dr. Sina Paul, Dr. Geeta Patil, and of course, our colleague from Tata Institute, Dr. Nandita. Yesterday, I was listening to Dr. Mohan Bhai, and it was so inspiring, the talk that he gave, the introduction that he gave. He set the tone of the international conference so beautifully, with so much of gender sensitivity. So it was one of the most beautiful lectures that I could hear. So starting with this, I begin with this this particular topic of mine, which is women's invisible care work. I begin this with a pertinent finding of a recent research study that was carried out by 2 of our colleagues from Nirmala Niketan in 2 slums in Mumbai. And most of the respondents in that and their family members, they had lost their main occupation with consequently no income flowing in. And the recent ILO report, of course, points out that COVID-19 threatens the livelihood of around 40 crore informal sector workers in India and has the potential to push them deeper into poverty. Of course, with lockdown and other containment measures that have been going on for the last 1.5 years, and we know how it has been for most of us. So according to Dr. Harsh Mandar, who wrote in 2020 that basic survival is at stake for all this community, and with their livelihoods, which is completely shattered by state policy, they are suddenly forced to bear the very hunger which they have been escaping. So very strong words by Harsh Mandarji. And both their physical as well as the emotional well-being is severely affected due to inability to meet their daily expenses and also due to this particular uncertain future. And there was a study also done on caregivers by our college, and I was distraught with the type of findings, because the type of the issues that the caregivers were going through. For one of the caregivers, she mentioned that multitasking and caregiving was it was a challenge for her at a different level, because she had to juggle between 2 households with 3 patients. Diabetic with diabetic foot and painful varicose was one patient. Second patient had severe arthritis, and the third was a primary bedridden palliative lung cancer patient and who deteriorated suddenly after a fall. And all this was besides her responsibilities of being, of course, an overworked from home spouse, and she had a 3-year-old child. So one can imagine the type of trauma that this woman was going through. So family members are stressed due to the frustration, and women are also enduring the burden of the same through increased arguments and violence within the family spaces. We know all those statistics. We're not going to go into it. This is such a vast topic. So I'm sure there are so many things that the other speakers are going to speak about. So overall, women are experiencing a great sense of helplessness and further going towards deficit cycle without any kind of state support. That this is the type of work we are in, area that we are in. And against this backdrop, this presentation will focus on the invisible care work carried out by women in families, which is a sub-theme of this conference. And again, I do agree with the premise that there are men who do a bulk of the invisible care work. They do care for children, they do care for parents, etc., etc. But the percentage is much, much lower than of us women. So care work, as we know, can be paid and unpaid. We may not. I will stress very little on this. But there is excessive and disproportionate unpaid work by women across the world. And globally, one has read that there are women and girls are responsible for 75% of the unpaid care and domestic work in homes. And ILO calculates that on an average, women work more than, I think, 4.5 hours or 4 hours, 25 minutes of unpaid care work as against probably an hour and a half put in by men. However, but because of this structural discrimination, the work that women do in the home is seen as unskilled and less valuable to society, meaning that men not only receive higher earnings, but also are getting more of recognition for their contribution. So if we look at India's present status on unpaid care work and gender inequalities is very low, and women's unpaid care work. I was just looking at the human rights framework, and this heavy and unequal responsibility for unpaid work is a barrier to women's greater involvement in the labor market, which is going to affect productivity, economic growth, and poverty reduction. So most importantly, however, this unequal distribution, intensity, and lack of recognition of the unpaid care work, it undermines the dignity of women caregivers. It obstructs our enjoyment of several human rights on an equal basis with men. It undermines progress towards gender equality and entrenches our disproportionate vulnerability. I'm going to say us because we are all part of this group of unpaid care workers and the invisible care workers. So this unequal distribution of unpaid care work is a highly reflective and deterministic of power relations between men and women. And we all know that as mothers, as daughters, wives, community workers, and countless paid roles that we are doing, whether we are teachers, we are with nurses, we are hairdressers, we are librarians, we are lawyers, we are social workers, social work educators. We are expected to demonstrate empathy, concern, and interest in the ailments and health issues that affect children, partners, fields, and colleagues, as well as workplace customers and clients. So we are expected to do so much, and this accounts for the invisible care work we do, which is the focus of my presentation today. And the McKinsey Global Institute identified unpaid care work as one of the four important areas where progress would substantially reduce gender inequalities. Others were educational level, financial and digital inclusion, and legal protection. And though women welcome the chance to earn income of almost any kind, our paid work options are few and poorly paid. So our choices are constrained, the payment is poor, we have insecure jobs, this is for the majority of us, and the other fear is that we can be laid off at any moment. And at the home front, of course, giving birth to and caring for infants and young children is often undervalued. This is what many of us have gone through. And in several urban and rural areas, high levels of poverty and lack of public services increases the level of drudgery and heightens the depletion that women face, and women and their families also face. So this intergenerational transfer of care work onto children, particularly girls, and when we see the older women also in the household uh, uh, really helping in and pitching in, although the cost of the adjustment falls on women alone. And this again constrains our capacities. So we see that the feminization of caring responsibilities and the disproportionate time that women spend on invisible work as compared to men contributes to and reinforces the gender-based inequalities. So when I was reading on invisible care work, I realized that all the invisible care work has direct implications on our ability to invest time in any other economic, social, and political activities, from paid employment, education, community engagement, and leisure. And while child care, many of us are involved in child care, this is more shared by the male members, especially in nuclear families. The men's participation in even this task is sporadic, and in response to it's generally when women are not available, and that is where the men step in to do all this work. And more than 70% of the workers in the health and social sectors, we are women, we are nurses, we are early education teachers, childcare workers, elder care workers, etc. So during this pandemic, care work, especially that which enacted beyond hospitals and rest homes, these have not been included within the popular label of essential work. And this work, as usually conducted by women in the domestic ordinary spaces, this has remained invisible during these pandemic times also. This has occurred, unfortunately, not valuing invisible work has occurred despite decades of research conducted by feminist economies revealing the social and the economic wealth that the invisible work of caring entails and the effect that it has for women that provide it. So invisible care work has been studied through various theoretical lenses, and it has used, and this has, the researchers have used diverse methodologies on various levels of analysis across several countries. I was going through the type of researches that have been done, and there is a lot of work being done on invisible care work. And effort has also been invested in defining invisible care work. So its scope has been expanded to include unpaid care work, housework, both in the private and the public spheres. However, what I do feel is that more research has confined itself to that aspect of invisible work, which is care work, housework, and volunteering, where very few studies have attempted to address the various aspects of this phenomenon and integrate them into a conceptual whole. So those research studies were lacking. I don't know how many research abstracts I went through to come to this type of a conclusion. And although a rich body of research points to the many types of invisible work, very less attention has been paid to the concept itself of what is invisible work. So maybe we need to take up these, and researchers need to probably work on this area. So activity that is paid for is considered work. Activities that do not entail monetary compensation, regardless of how demanding, time consuming, or skill requiring, is not considered work. As an example, let me focus on invisible care work of women, all of us at home during this COVID times, related especially to education. I see in the attendees list so many students for this conference. So somewhere it rings a bell that, what are the women at home are doing. So at the outset, teachers had to improvise a lot on online teaching, for which most of us, of course, were unprepared. But this also revealed the existence of various inequality gaps. So one such gap was the access gap. The access gap is having or not having access to internet connection or technological devices. And also women in homes, in families, were involved in assisting their children with online classes. So again, this gap was there. Second is the usage gap. It is the usage and quality time spent with technology, the type of time that we've also spent. The school gap, that is the third gap. That is teacher skills and the resource availability. Probably the lack of teacher skills sometimes, and the lack of resource availability. And the fourth and other gaps, of course, these derived from focusing on learning or on emotional well-being. So one sees a lot of gaps when looks at our whole engagement with education, online education. So invisible care work vis-a-vis education in online mode, it involves, what does it involve for us women at home helping the youngsters? It involves encouraging dialogue, showing sensitivity towards the child's needs, engaging them in meaningful activities. Now, nowhere does all this get connected anywhere. And so it also takes the shape of eliciting and listening to their feelings. So invisible care work is also, really listening to the feelings of the children, involving them in the learning process. And we know how difficult it is to make children sit down and get involved in the learning process. And in self-evaluation, for their own self-evaluation, showing commitment to their learning and academic success. And I think another very important part invisible work that we've done is to infuse hope in them. That yes, things are going to get better, a few days more. So something which we have to keep doing. So the entire care work in teaching also entails emotional, social, and material costs, which are often unacknowledged and devalued. So this emotional service or mentoring work that we also have been doing, the teachers also have been doing, is unfortunately not recognized by the formal system. And even during COVID-19, I don't think it is recognized much. Maybe some institutions have gone forth and recognized this, but more or less, people have not done it. The other invisible care work that we as women in the home have to do is maintaining a constant communication with the children, which is another very important aspect. Students have limited access to technological devices, and teachers adapted to these circumstances. And we know that teachers used phone calls, they used WhatsApp groups, they used different teaching methodologies. Sometimes these were not very successful, but then they did their best, I'm sure. And in all this, women at home who were helping the children with online education, we also had to master certain online skills. We may have done it for our children, for our grandchildren, for the community at large, for people whom we were helping out. But somewhere we had to master certain online skills. Another thing is that invisible care work has involved efforts to mitigate students' feelings of loneliness. I think a lot of our children were feeling very lonely. They could not, especially in the first 1 year when they could not go out to play, they could not really interact with their other friends. So we had to. So that part also was our invisible care work. And for women already who are engaged in paid work assignments and our own online jobs, another factor was coordinating with our own colleagues, juggling our own tasks. So this is another aspect of invisible care work that we were doing. So our personal cost in terms of physical and emotional fatigue during lockdown, that also cannot be ignored. And there's a need to consider the special effort required to understand. Also, I think as women at home helping our children, the youngsters with online education, we realized that teachers in the schools and colleges, they also have their families and they also have suffered losses. So I think we required that special reaching out to the teachers to make them know that we understand what they are going through. And I also feel that many of us ourselves were not in a position to emotionally support our children, because some of us were coping with the impact of COVID. Some of us were coping with the impact of loss of people in our own families, and also undergoing a lot of stress. So much of invisible care work that we have done. And also another factor was that teachers face barriers of time and also lack of recognition from the educational institutions a lot of times. And this invisible care work included women factoring this whenever, and so that we can help our children the most. I also felt that care work gets left out of what is considered as essential work, and it neglects the emotional state of the students and of the caregivers themselves. So caregiving, particularly in an emotional dimension, this has been relegated to a private sphere during this pandemic. So the cost of caring for the care receiver has been observed in the emotions, and this has come out in one of the studies. I told you, one of the studies done by the college. This has come out as, what do the women go through? So they said they go through stress, they go through loneliness, anxiety, uncertainty, tiredness, restlessness, etc. So these are all the gamut of emotions that women have gone through, the caregivers have gone through. And these emotions also reflect the type of situation of, the precarious situation of care related jobs, in which sometimes there is no lack, there's not only the lack of resources, but also invisibility and lack of recognition.
Amitabh, I have sent the link back again to them.
Another thing I did find was that when I was reading, that caregivers have to consider children's relationships with teachers and friends, because I felt that is been lost in this particular COVID. All of us, all the teachers, we know as teachers, we relate to our students and students relate to us, but that was no longer accessible. So as people at home, another aspect of invisible care work was to be able to help them deal with this not being able to reach out to their own students, to their own teachers. And I think children, especially the younger ones, they needed help to cope with the sudden loss of touch, the caring interactions with the teachers, the socio-emotional learning that was taking place. So these are all the aspects of invisible care work. And outsourcing, of course, outsourcing unpaid care, like cooking, cleaning, is not in everybody's area of with something that people could afford. Many of us could not afford that at that time. So care work is unseen because it is not thought to have economic or social value. So the pandemic also revealed the numerous ways that women carry out invisible labor on a daily basis. And this invisible labor is defined by Whitehouse as work that frequently receives little or no recognition or monetary reward. So women who care for children, for elderly, within and outside the family, we are constantly carrying out invisible labor. Now, this can be cleaning. Can also be cleaning classroom spaces, carrying out the household work, carrying out, maintaining the schedules, caring for the children, emotional caregiving that happens all the time. One of the I did a small, a sort of interview with many of the parents before this particular webinar. And many of the parents in the community that I spoke to said that they all live in the terror of being laid off. Even if they have jobs, they are being always scared of being laid off. And so when we are thinking of all these women who are working at home and caring for people, what about the care for these caregivers? I don't know whether we really, I don't know what to say about that. So women do the bulk of the work. And very interestingly, there's an article by Helen Lewis, which is called the Coronavirus is a Disaster for Feminism. And she writes the following, that despite the mass entry of women into the workforce during the 20th century, the phenomenon of the second shift still exists. The pandemic has particularly compounded what is called the third shift, and that is the emotional and intellectual labor of mother work, of women work. And this idea is similar to what Sarah Ruddick has termed maternal thinking. So she calls it the organizing, the remembering, the anticipating, the worrying, the planning that women have to take on for the family. And as well, and under COVID, many women also realize that they are in what is called the fourth shift, that is a homeschooling of children. So studies indicate the invisible care work is also not limited to domestic sphere, but it also spills on to the workplace. For example, in the workplace, in the invisible care work will include organizing meetings, organizing meals, note taking in meetings, serving on thankless or sometimes several committees. We also realize that women in the workplace are also expected to give emotional support or emotional help to a lot of co-workers. And this invisible labor is expected and normalized, but the skills required are minimized and disregarded. So this is expected of all of us women. Women indicated that the invisible work that they performed caused them to feel stressed. They feel overwhelmed by responsibility and they lack flexibility and choice in managing their daily routines. This came out in the study that, as I spoke about. And the perception of the activities defined as invisible work indicates the need for a very new theoretical conceptualization, taking into account several factors. And I think that is up to us as researchers and educators and academicians. We need to do work a lot more on this. So this invisible work evolves in meaning during the life course of women from different social positions. So we have performed childcare and elder care. Women are later expected to perform the invisible work of grandparent care. And this emerges that the unremitting nature of invisible care and its demand for responsibility and management, this always creates a continuous struggle throughout a woman's life. So, invisible care work is a powerfully socially constructed force, and we require further research to enlarge or to expand our understanding of the extent of different dimensions of invisible work, which is housework, child work, emotional support, and elder care, which is carried out. So, further research also, I feel, should examine whether these perceptions are prevalent in our society and to what the extent to which these are prevalent, and also intersectionalities like whether families, gender, nuclear families, non-nuclear families, religion, caste, class. So throughout, I think we need to really do a lot more research. I couldn't find much in India on all these aspects. So future quantitative studies may also measure new dimensions of invisible work and how its perception and performance change during a woman's life course and in accordance with the social position of women. So another other research which is required, I feel, is to study women's increased care burden, urging equitable distribution of household tasks between men and women. So notably, I think a lot of research during this COVID times has probably been to, not to, I think we require much more in terms of how it affects women and how much care burden she has to face. So, in conclusion, what women do may be physical in respect to care work, bringing up children, caring for the home, sick, aging. However, with the physical is also the cognitive aspect, the novel ways of doing the tasks, the out of the box thinking that we are all very good at, the checking, the rechecking. For example, if you are to give medicines to the elderly or the sick, then the checking of medicines, the rechecking of medicines, the bills that have to be paid. So, in addition to what we do as care work, I think is how we do it, and what is involved also is the location of the task, the purpose, the structure, and the balance in what we do. So it's the psychology of the relationship between us women and our work. And in addition to the visible parts, such as the punctuality, the perfection of work, etc., it is our mental capacity and resilience that count a lot. So this is all the invisible part of it. The physical proximity with the caregiver in these COVID times is often a challenge and which often does not get considered or accounted for. Another invisible task, which in helping the care receiver may be in touch to is also to allow or help the care receiver get in touch with the outside world during COVID. So this is another very invisible part of our care work, which many women have been doing. Another invisible part is to be able to negotiate the boundaries and help the care receivers do the same. The capacity to ask what if questions, explore new possibilities of going about tasks, and actually working out the whole process of thinking. And monitoring, another aspect is another part of the invisible work, of course, during COVID was to monitor the tests taken and taking care of compliance to medication, preventing secondary infection, maintaining hygiene standards, following up with the doctor, ensuring medicine stock. Also, in terms of especially with if we did not have house help and support during that time, so women really went forward to do so many things, and for the lower socioeconomic class caregivers to be able to afford 2 staple meals a day is a challenge. That's why caregiving also included making sure that there is food for the next meal for the household and for the patient. So the whole gamut of invisible care work is so much, and we can go on about the various aspects of invisible care work. But I'm going to stop now, and I really thank all of you for this great opportunity to speak at this. and actually do a lot of reading myself on what is invisible care work, so and to pick up those points regarding, what are these aspects which are being left out. So thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Deepa Sharma, Dr. Vibhuti, Dr. Simha, Dr. Seena, and everyone else here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your lecture was very enlightening, and it opened up various facets of care as such. The word invisibility has really set our minds thinking as to what is invisible and what is visible. The various points that you stressed on in your lecture, the lack of recognition, undermining of women's work, which are creating obstacles in the field of gender equality, is really an aspect which we have to think about. The very fact that female work is undervalued is also the highlight of your lecture. The need for labeling care work as essential work is the need of the hour, because the kind of work that the females are doing includes not only the domestic sphere but also the professional sphere. The pandemic has opened up a lot of challenges for teachers, for educators, and online teaching is no joke, as all of us are experiencing. The aspect of usage of data, supporting the students, and if we have kids at home, also extend a helping hand to our students, our children, engaging not only our own children but also our students, so that they remain in touch with academics, is really a challenge. So thank you once again, Madam Geeta ma'am, for your inspiring lecture and the simple and lucid style in which you explained today's scenario is worth laudable and deserves an applause. So from MD Shah Mahila College and the I2AC team and Women's Development Center of the college, I once again extend my heartfelt thanks to you for spending your precious time with us. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. The next speaker for today is...
Sima,
yes,
we will be taking questions in the end, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
The next speaker is Dr. Nandita Mundal. I will now share her biodata with all of you all. She is the assistant professor from the Center for Labor Studies from the very popular TISS, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. She is a trained social worker from Vishwa Bharati Shantiniketan. She has worked on empowerment of Koli fisher women in Mumbai for her PhD, and she was awarded this PhD from the University of Mumbai. She has worked with government, non-government, corporate, as well as educational institutions during her professional career, which spans across India, and this work she has been doing for nearly 3 decades. Her research interest covers the issues of women in informal labor, women's work and dignity, cooperative governance and women, child labor, and CSR, that is corporate social responsibility. She has several referred publications and numerous professional presentations to her credit. So I invite Dr. Mundal for the topic conceptualizing caregivers inside the family home. And there's a question mark in the theme, is it work? So we have just listened to Dr. Geeta, in which she spoke about invisible care work. Now let us have an interaction with Dr. Mundal and let us see how this concept of caregivers can be understood. So I now request Dr. Nandita Mundal to enlighten us on this concept of caregivers. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Nandita Munda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Simha. And it's pleasure to be with all of you at this international webinar platform. And it's again honor for me as Dr. Paul and Principal Madam offered to me to be here today with two stalwarts at two sides of mine, Dr. Gita Balakrishnan and Dr. Vibhuti Patel. We had many, I think, memorable interactions, sometimes with Gita ma'am, and Vibhuti ma'am is almost a mentor for me, and he nudges me, he pushed me, she pushes me, she nudges me and make me always to be on toes, to be on my toes always. And I'm really thankful and grateful to her that many of our interactions have the reflections on my work, what I'm doing right now. I work in a sphere of labor. And it's a pleasure, and it's really, really very encouraging for me to be here because it's talking about invisible care work. Now, for decades, with this geopolitical state called India that we are working, and we have many of the phases of feminist movement, feminist or women's movement across India about work and labor. But still now, when this opportunity came before me to talk about invisible care work in the family home, I started wondering and started finding it out. I mean, trying to dig out all the literature to prepare myself for today's talk. I found it that there are very less work that has been pinpointed the conceptualization process of what exactly called care work. Of course, as Professor Dr. Gita ma'am has already said, anything which is being done by the woman are always trivialized, and the expressions on those work or the recognition has never been given to this. Now I would like to share my slide. Let me try share my screen. Is it visible to all? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So my this flow of presentation for today for myself here that I am taking you through with the first question: how do we define caregiving? As we have already heard the former speaker, Dr. Balakrishnan, that it was really very fuzzy, the picture. And a second point that I would like to bring forth before this August audience today is the statistical representation of the reflection that we generally have. Do we have any? The question is there. And the third point that we are talking about right now, as Dr. Balakrishnan also had mentioned many a times, there are a whole lot of lived experiences which are coming up, and it is showing us there are a whole lot of complexities which are existing over there. Now, I would like to try to dig out all those with certain questions and certain experiences, what I'm going to subscribe with this. While I was offered by Dr. Sina Paul about this topic, I started wondering that what am I going to do as researcher in these areas? So I started looking at the newspaper advertisements where there are a whole lot of advertisements are coming up with where the people are seeking the caregivers for the elderly at home. Most of the leading newspapers across India that I accessed during last 2 months on Sundays, there are special columns are coming up, and almost 67 almost per Sunday, I found that 67 advertisements on an average are coming up in Times of India, different regional. I took up pre-regional languages newspaper where I found it out that people were seeking the care workers or the caregivers mostly for the elderly at home. And it explained those advertisements are carrying very interestingly, those advertisements are carrying a set of skills which are required for that job of caregivers. Now, what Dr. Balakrishnan has explained with the research that College of Nirmala Niketan had conducted and came up with, yes, it is confirming with this advertisement that this type of job, while a person is required to perform, I'm not going by the issues of gender, but it was mentioned in those all 64 and 67, I think I went through. It has been showed that they have mentioned at least 6 skills, set which are required for this type of job while they are seeking care workers for the elderly at home. Now, what are those skill sets? Those skill sets are always related towards the emotional performance of the humankind. That, as Dr. Krishnan has mentioned, that there has to be a sensitivity towards the elderly, and there has to be certain knowledge how to manage their temperament. Then there has to be certain knowledge how to take care of a physical body care of an elderly person. So these are the main skill set which has been mentioned in those advertisements. And most of this, almost half of this, more than half of this advertisement, the last sentences are adding, explaining the requirement of a female person to apply against this advertisement. Now, question comes up, why? Now, if we would like to conceptualize this, that why care work is coming towards only those sort of things, then you will find that the care seekers, the family of the actual care receiver, is looking forward for the person who is capable of having certain qualities we generally assign to the feminine characters of this society in and around us. So this is the first submission of mine today in conceptualizing actually the care work and why should we, or how we should conceptualize the caregiving. Now, the second one that I found after the literature review, wide literature review, I found it out in these last 2 months, that concept of caregivers, where as early as in our Indian society, we are finding it in relation to take care of the mentally ill person. Because most of the time, that mental health issues, the people who are suffering from mental health issues, which could be managed within the home or the residence, people are being taken care by the caregivers within the family home. If it is not required the institutional care for the mentally ill, then it will be the home care, and people are again advertising certain times for that also. But it's generally speaking, for mental health caregivers, I'm finding it out that people are accessing the social network and bringing the caregivers from the known sources rather than giving it through the advertisement and bringing it from the unknown sources or agency sources. I'll take care of those presence of agencies much later in a different way, because in conceptualization of caregiving, the agencies are also very important aspect. Now, then again, there will be caring for the children and the special children. There are advertisements for even for this, and then again, it has been mentioned within that the mostly they seek the woman as the caregiver. Now, if we are bringing this entire caregiving processes in two facets, where it is paid and where it is unpaid. Now, with all these, while I'm looking forward for the advertisement and finding it out that it is being paid, but even if it is paid, when I did a small study in my neighborhood in Deonar, I found it out that mostly people, while they are talking about caregivers, while the women are coming out from home and offering their services as caregivers, they were not being regarded as a very highly paid job or a very highly socially accepted sort of jobs. Now, we all know when we are talking about caregiving within the family, there are two facets of that. When a professional woman of any family home going out to offer his or her, her timing as a professional woman, she has to arrange many things at home before stepping out for her public domain jobs. Now, who is going to take care whatever is left within the private domain? That is where the caregiver officially is being officiated in that space in absence of the woman of the family. Now, all of us, as Dr. Balakrishnan tried to point it out, all of us, including, all of us today, whoever we are here in this platform too, many a times switch our role between two, where the private domain merges with the public domain. Now, the paid care workers, while they are entering the space, they are coming with an agreement for certain period of time to work. The moment the professional woman worker who are going out to the public domain, the moment she's coming back at home, she has to pick up the role of the caregivers in place of paid caregiver. If that is what's happening, now we need to understand the complexities of the role of the woman within the family who are switching their role between public and private domain, days in and days out, years and years after years. Now, these are certain complexities I'm going to again address in my next, in the other slides. Now, I'm switching over to the issue that I wanted to point it out as a statistical reflection. Do we have any statistics about the caregiving work? As the tune of this international webinar is being already set at the platform of saying it's invisible work. It is part of invisible work. Even then, I tried my level best to understand that how our statistical reflections are being worked out within the space called geopolitical state called India. Now, if we will go by the process of collecting the data, it is, I mean, if we will go with the nuances of that process, how we collect the data, we will understand that why it is being invisible. Now, there are two important, two very major sources that we have in India, that is Census of India and that National Sample Survey. Now, these two data collection, these two sources of data, which reflects the labor participation for the women specifically, curiously, the questions which are asked and how it is being asked, there's the catch. Now, for Census of India, a person at home is while a person is coming to do the survey, the investigator simply asked, "Are you a worker?" Now, considering that we are having many issues of illiteracy, many issues of different social groups, we are still within our society that is around us, we are experiencing that women are always being taught to downplay their roles within this family home. And thereby, they are not recognizing their own self. Leave aside the expression of self. So we were being taught to not to be very prominent within even our family home. So the moment it is being asked, "Are you a worker?" the answer that comes that no. I am a woman, I am staying inside the home, I don't do any work, so I'm not a worker. Now, NSSO goes by the questions, the investigators are trained to ask the questions that, do we do any activity? Look at the difference. The moment the Census of India is, the investigator is asking, "Are you a worker?" in the direct question, where the socialization processes of the general, generally that had happened around us, for us, that we are answering that no, we are not workers, we are staying at home. And at the moment we are facing the investigators of NSSO, we are talking about that, what activity, are you doing any activity? Now for NSSO, the definition of worker is very, very clear. It is a person, if a person is engaged in a gainfully economic activity. Now there's again the catch comes for NSSO data. Now a person like me, if I am taking care of my elderly father-in-law or elderly mother-in-law, whatever extent they are ill, or even for my parents' own parents, I will downplay my role because I am socialized as woman not to answer, in a sense saying that I do activities or I do work or I do take care of elderly at home or the children at home. I'm raising these children, that's not work. Even at my age, while I am interacting through nowadays through WhatsApp group with my own schoolmates whom I left maybe that 37 years back, they are saying, some of them, they are housemakers, they're housewives, they're saying, "Nandita, we don't work." But I was surprised. I told them, "You raised 2 children." They themselves are saying they don't work. So, see, while officially the statistical representations are negating the existence of the woman within the family home by asking such questions and putting that in a very specific way. So now the NSSO and Census of India both are not counting the invisible work that we are doing. Each one of us, be a professional or not be a professional, being within the public domain or not in the public domain, irrespective of our professional status, of our educational status. I think almost all of the women, we are doing certain things within our family. The explanation, I think the nuances have been already depicted by Dr. Balakrishnan, and I think Professor Patel, I had a discussion with her, maybe taking up the historical views also on chronological order in my after this. So there we will be finding that it's really, really difficult to have the statistical reflections of the work of women that they are doing in this space with whole lot of their existential, what will I say, existential side, because you require to offer the emotional labor also while you are doing the care work for your own family members. So when even I'm finding that the women who are of my age, who were my schoolmates, they were very much educated. Some are postgraduates. They are married. They chose not to work outside home, but they are negating their own self, their own recognition that they raised the children. That is not work for them. Now, if this is happening both way, that our state is having a very strict or very limited parameter to collect the data, and there are a whole lot of socialization, impact of socialization processes in every level of implementation phase of collecting the data, as well as on the other hand, the person who is being asked whether you are a worker or not, they themselves are also recognizing them or their contribution to this space of work that they are doing. So there will be, I don't know, I mean, there are mostly, I found it out after doing the first literature review that caregivers or the role of caregivers are always being taken care of, the issue of caregivers mostly being mentioned or academically looked at, or there are a whole lot of research that had happened in case of mental health sphere and the care workers over there, but not for the child care, not for the elderly care. Now, if we will look at the space of the growth that our country has made, we are rapidly going towards the urbanization. And that has an impact on the size of family, as well as the general conceptualization of the care work again. More and more we are, as Dr. Balakrishnan also referred to it, that more we are having the nuclear families, more the burden on the woman of within the home, because the care work will be left alone with the counterpart, where sometimes men participate, but sometimes it's very sporadic, very sporadic. She was very clear on that point, and even my small research that I have done in and around Deona, that also brings up that point, that even if it is a newly married, very educationally qualified couples are there, if the moment that they are entering home, certain types of jobs may be done by the male counterpart, but it was very less. The time that has been given, of course, from the UN itself, that has come up that women are giving, she's correct, Dr. Balakrishnan, what she mentioned, that woman has working more, 4.5 hours more than the men per day within the sphere of home, and mostly those are all care work, all. Now, this is that we have seen the anomalies that has present, that has been already there into our statistical exercises to define or conceptualize what is called exactly the care work, and what exactly the caregiving, whether that is work or not. So that's why I think Dr. Simha mentioned, and I put it in my topic for this today's talk, that is it work? Because actually speaking, if there will be no statistical expressions or the reflections are being made, it is never going to be officially accepted that we do care work within our family home. Now, what are these lived experiences, and how much of complexities are there? As I have mentioned in the beginning of my talk, that there are a whole lot of overlapping that is happening while the question of caregiving coming up. Because of this urbanization, we are coming towards a very small unit, which is called nuclear family. And initially speaking, or of course when we had the joint family system, care work was being taken care of some of the women. If we will go by the literature resources of India, we will be finding many of the stories and many of the novels talking about certain women who are mostly widows, mostly they lost their husbands at a very young age and being taken care by the extended joint families, and then those women are expected to offer certain taking the load of care giving. And those are all from literature resource that I am talking about. But this is what the experiences, and this is where the lived experiences of the generations of our mothers and grandmothers, and we heard the stories that there will be many of such women who were existing within the family home, and they are expected to offer the care work for the rest of the family members, elderly, ill, and children. Now, along with that, while we are nowadays very much, what will I say? We are experiencing that in the nuclear family, when the child care is being bestowed, is being given to the paid caregivers, then what is happening? These paid caregivers again sometimes are being taken for granted their times, while like the arrangement generally is being given, okay, when the child will be sleeping, you will have to do certain domestic chores. And many of the women have to comply with this because they require that remuneration being paid to them against this care work in those family homes. Now, how will we differentiate between this paid work of care work when they are doing, while they are merging their role as not only caregivers but as domestic help too? But those all are carrying the impact on the well-being of family or the household. We cannot deny that. And those roles are very important. The women like us of our generation are able to come up in this webinar platform because there are another set of women who are offering their time and energy at certain payment. And there, again, we need to take care of their temperament too. As employer, this employer-employee relationship that we are maintaining within this family home is not easy. We need to take care of each other, as we know that if we are having very hard time in professional space, sometimes we are coming back, and the moment we saw that the home is the child has not completed her homework, child was not being taken to playground, we generally come very heavy on the paid care work. And we are having a lot of emotional exchanges between these two. It was unlike what generally we economically termed as employer-employee relationship. It was not like that. So there are a whole lot of complexities, whole lot of, what will I say? It was not only the physical existence of the care work, it was the emotional side of care work that is much more complex than to be measured. Now, if we are going by, I didn't mention in my last slide, but I need to mention here while I'm explaining the complexities. As Dr. Indira Hirve introduced the time use survey in case of our women's work to find it out that what activity a woman is performing throughout, what are the activities they are performing throughout the day, 24/7. I think that's the most accurate statistical implementation that is happening. I think many of the state, it was almost, it started 2006. I think 2000, last year, I think the last time use survey had been done. I'm not very sure. I do not have access to that, but I think I heard that last year it has been done, but only that time use survey maybe it may be possible to get actual picture of caregiving within the home, family home, by the family members or the woman within the family, which may bring forth the actual hours of work which is going into the caregiving for elderly, for mentally ill, for children, for specially able children, because the different issues those are coming up with all these areas where I'm talking about caregiving is being short, is also having different other complexities in each areas. Because if we are offering caregiving for a elderly, now elderly with physical ailment, elderly without physical ailment, elderly with physical handicapped situation. So those require again different skill sets to offer the care. Not only the emotional care, but even physically also one needs to do certain things. It is not only eating, washing or cleaning or dressing for those elderly. You sometimes they increase their services by learning to give them some physiotherapy messages to the body of the patients. So it is doubled up while the employer is asking them to perform certain other things, and they have to pick up those skills to meet up the requirement of the employer. And employer-employee relationship here is not very clear. It was not very certain that this to be done. But again, there is another complexities coming up when somebody is hiring the caregivers from the agencies. Now, agencies are also playing very important role in these caregiving processes. Now, sometimes these agencies, again, mediating between the employer and the employee, and they are charging certain amount of money, and these care work, most of the agencies are charging enormous amount with all this manpower that they are supplying into the chain. Now, if we will look at, we all are very, we are staying in, most of us maybe in, although this is an international webinar, but we all generally look up to our Bollywood, right? For many of the instances. So many of the times you will be finding that the child the child in focus from the Bollywood is Taimur Ali Khan. and you will be seeing a lady who is properly dressed and very smart appearance, are always carrying Taimur Ali Khan. Now she may be uh, titled as the governess for that child. But let me explain. We all also required such sort of services at one point of our time during our reproductive cycle. And many of us, we could not afford the money which could be, which Kareena Kapoor Khan could afford. Right? Now, there are ranges of salary scales which are going into it depending upon the economic capability of the care seekers. Right? And accordingly, those caregivers are also looked at in the social situation within the society. Right? Now, when somebody is offering the care to us, how we are looking at it socially. At one point of time, during my teenage, maybe I was finding it, I was always very curious about asking the questions that what exactly women do since beginning of my life. So I used to ask some of my schoolmates, they used to say, my mother works in a hospital. The moment you will asking that what exactly are they doing, they were trying to avoid that question. Because while you are taking care of the elderly, or while you are taking care of the children or the ill in the premise of home, it is being considered as a very menial job, because you are taking care of the bodily care of sometimes of this elderly. And then when you are coming out in the social spaces, you are trying to deny that your mother is doing that job to earn the livelihood. Now things are changing. Now people are taking pride into it that they are earning and bringing back money to manage the home. Even if the women are doing that, even by offering the role as caregiver in certain points. So those social stigma over these caregivers again is a big problem to actually find it out. How many of the women are into these businesses? What are their experiences? Because they were trying to conceal those identities socially. Now, I think I have talking about this. Of course, there are a whole lot of exploitations are also happening in those areas of caregiving when it is paid. And when it is unpaid, I think I found two cases that I worked in and around Deonar, where the domestic violence is too high on these caregivers who are the distant family relatives of this caretaker. And in those cases, what is happening? There's a migration of the caregiver. The woman who is in the village home, maybe the distant relatives of those women, specifically the widows, are brought into these urban spaces to manage the children or the elderly who are residing here in the urban family home. And most of the time, those unpaid distant relative caregivers, who are mostly women, are undergoing the domestic violence also. It is very true what Dr. Balakrishnan was saying, that Nirmala Niketan also found it out from this research. Now, again, I think my submission here today with all these points that I'm trying to make, that it is very much required to have certain understanding to define the care work and who are the caregiver. Conceptually speaking, I believe that we need to do, all the women, all the people who are into research and the academic field required to do rigorous qualitative and bigger quantitative studies to make it happen at any cost. Better late than never. We need to do that. And complexities that arisen out of all this pandemic situation is much more, what will I say, much more important to look at, because again the movement, free movement of the human being is restricted, and within that again the caregiver's role within family home is doubled up, as Dr. Krishnan has mentioned, and specifically for the education sector. It is not only in the education sector, but even who are taking care in the health sector also are facing whole lot of problem while they are, while they are offering their cares within the family home, paid and unpaid, both. So conceptualizing who exactly is caregiver is the need of the hour. That is what my submission today to this august audience. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, madam. So on behalf of, yeah, thank you very much, madam. On behalf of all the participants and the faculty present over here, we would like to thank you for your insightful lecture. And the conceptualization of caregiver involves a lot of aspects. It is not only covering the statistical reflection of women workers, but it is also taking us back into history about the socialization process of the female child, where we are socialized into devaluing ourselves. So that means the definition of work has to be re-examined. But along with that, the socialization process also needs to undergo a change. Friends, the takeaway point from both the sessions of our respected resource persons is that the concept of caregiving or invisible care work requires a look at, a relook academically, because of the complexities involved between the overlap of care work and domestic work, the exploitation of caregivers, the problems of caregivers. That means researchers and academicians should definitely work shoulder to shoulder, conduct qualitative and quantitative studies, and hope to make the scenario a better one. Thank you very much, Dr. Nandita, for your insightful lecture. It was a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you once again. Moving further ahead, our next resource person today is Dr. Vibhuti Patel. We had the pleasure of having her yesterday during the inaugural program, and she was also introduced to us by Dr. Geeta Patil. But I will take this opportunity to introduce her again. Dr. Vibhuti Patel is the Vice President of the Indian Association for Women's Studies, and she has worked at the Advanced Center for Women's Studies, School of Development Studies at TISS from 1st July 2017 to 30th June 2020. She is a PhD in economics from the University of Mumbai. She was awarded visiting fellowship to the London School of Economics and Political Science from the Association of Commonwealth Universities UK in 1992-93. She has authored and co-authored 12 books, edited and co-edited 9 books, and contributed over 100 papers as chapters in various books edited by others. Her research papers, comments and commentaries and reviews have been published in the national as well as international academic journals. It is my pleasure to share with you that Madam Vibhuti Patel has been a recipient of several awards, but I'll mention a few. She has received the Outstanding Citizenship Award by the Women Political Forum on Maharashtra's Mukti Din in 2004, and plus she is the recipient of the Times Foundation Award for Women Achievers in 2007. There are several aspects to her vibrant personality. She is a member of the editorial board of the International Journal of Economics, Education and Development, Switzerland, and also Pragati, a journal of Indian economy. She is also an on the expert committee member of the working group on discrimination against women and girls of the United Nations Human Rights Council. She contributed to prepare a report on, mind you, listen carefully, women's human rights in the changing world of work 2020. So I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Vibhuti Patel to share her views and reflections on the topic women as unpaid caregivers in the family and community. So we welcome Dr. Vibhuti Patel once again, and I hand over this particular session to you. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Vibhuti Patel. Dr. Vibhuti Patel, kindly continue.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So women as caregivers in family and community, it's a very important sub-theme chosen by the organizers. I greet Dr. Sina Paul, Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi, Dr. Geeta Patil, Dr. Sheena Sijit, and Dr. Subha Acharya, Dr. Seema Moses, and my co-panelists have made my task much easier with so many important discourses in the current times of pandemic, Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan and Dr. Nandita Mondal. They have made a very erudite ways with lot of case studies in the contemporary context. The historical debate on caregiving, women as caregivers, began 200 years back, and we know that with Mary Wollstonecraft's book, Subjection of Women, the issue of women's invisibility in the domestic arena, that became very sharp. And currently, the global discourse talks about the recognition of care work, reduction of care work by introduction of technology, which are the drudgery-prone and dangerous tasks, redistribute the care work by creating the new gender norms where everyone is responsible for care work, not only women of the house, and also representation of care work, the point which both the previous speakers also said, that how to gauge, how to net care work into the overall computing. I would like to begin with Amrita Pritam's poem, which was a long poem called Kok Ke Andhere Se Kabre Ki Shanti Tak, From Darkness of Womb to the Silence of Grave, which she wrote in response to Towards Equality report for the first time, which brought out the whole category called unpaid care work in the Indian census. In 1971 census showed only 11% women as main workers, and the whole category, the work which women do in terms of collection of fuel, fodder, water, kitchen gardening, looking after livestock in the rural area and in the urban cottage industry, small scale industry, where they do a lot of whole family works, only man is considered as head of the household. Now, Amrita Pritam's poem brings out a very important challenge to the gender economist and to all those who are talking about work. The housewife, if a woman's husband is asked, what does this wife do? The answer is, my wife doesn't work. Then who bears this world in her womb? Who gives birth to the farmers and workers? Who cooks, washes, cleans and fills water? Look after the children and sick? Whose labor gives man leisure for liquor, tobacco and card session? Whose labor gives man their strength to go to work? Whose labor, without being noticed, mutely working without being paid, without being appreciated ever. This whole this thing brought in, like 1974, the whole debate on care work started. It was with a very important contribution made by Esther Bosrup in 1970, where she studied the African economy, and the first systematic examination of gender effects in agriculture transformation took place, and how in industrialization also the chasm between personal and public created a whole dichotomy of the paid labor and unpaid labor. This evidence illuminated the negative outcomes that this change had brought in the capitalist economy, and the Status of Women's Committee report 1972 also mentioned it. United Nations Human Rights, United Nations also created a special statistical wing called Visibility of Women in Statistics and Indicators was the motto. So, and the study came out and based on 165 reports submitted by different nation states, 165 countries that submitted the report, and they said that women are half of the world's population. Women do 2/3 of the world's work because it is largely it remains paid work. What we get women. What they get in return is only 10% of world's income, and women own only 1% of world's property. That shows that where women are in the pyramid of economy. Now, we have also seen that in 1974, an excellent work which came out was by the Anne Oakley of London University. She interviewed women, the housewives, and what kind of work they were doing before they gave up their job and after marriage or maternity. And it showed that housewives' role is a social construct. It is not natural. She brought out very succinctly. And another very important contribution that came from Gloria Steinem and also Marilyn Warning, where they talked about if women counted, the whole new feminist economics was based on that introduction of women's work, paid and unpaid work, unpaid care work into the systems of national account. And after 1988, we see that nearly more than 84 countries are currently doing time use analysis, about which Dr. Nandita Mondal also mentioned. The first time use analysis in our country was done by Devki Jain and Malini Chand. They also started a group called Economists Interested in Women's Issues Group. And after that, the negotiation with the UNDP, UNFPA, UN Instro, Ministry of Labor, Planning Commission began. And what we see is that currently from 1972, when the first initiative took place in 1985, where the emergence of development alternatives with women, where Geeta Sen and Karen Ground also talked about the care work. And then we have a formation of International Association of Feminist Economists. I am also a member of that organization, which demanded 5 R's: recognize, reward, reduce, redistribute, and represent care work. What we see is that Nancy Forbes' work of attention of to the importance of non-market activities, about which Nandita Mondal gave so many examples, and also the non-market labor in economic accounts, and also non-market labor is unaccounted for economic models. And there is a strong lobby within the gender economy. All gender economists are trying to incorporate that in the gender in the whole discourse on work. And Gender and Development Program of IGNOU, SNDT, and several women's studies centers has now included this as a part of syllabus. Feminist critique of the new home economics. We all know that the father of home economics, Gary Weber, who talked about the opportunity cost, that you take patriarchy as a given, and when the couple gets married, what is the rational choice? And he said that, Gary Becker said that the rational choice for women should be to be homemaker and man to be a breadwinner. Now, he did a second study 20 years down the line, which also showed that all those women who had chosen to be homemaker, they were welfare mothers. Their husband, who had progressed 3 times more in their career, and they were earning a lot. As they earned a lot, the housework started increasing, because from flat, they had a bungalow and garden and children and all. And these women had lost touch with their whatever they had learned in the university, and they were on the welfare. When they were asked, what are the assets that you have? All these women said their assets are their children. While the man had moved on, they had married a younger person, and they had been top of the career. Their income had risen 3 times, while the income of these women had reduced by 3 times. That itself showed. Gary Becker's own study shows that this kind of a division of labor, man as a breadwinner and woman as a homemaker, is just a wrong economics. And as against that, Amartya Kumar Sen and Martha Nussbaum, which they talked about the intra-household bargain. Okay, there is patriarchy, there is inequality, as Dr. Nandita gave so many examples of this kind of unequal way in which we socialize our daughters and how women have to, what kind of roles that they have to do. But he says it is possible to change. Gender relations are not God-given. The biological differences are given by nature, but how we raise our children, that is in our hands, and we can change the gender relations and demand more equality. So now, caring for people and caring for nature, the measuring GDP, and also the most nations who have failed to provide the recognition of care work, they also, as Dr. Nandita said, that even when the similar work is done for paid, like our work of Asha workers, Anganwadi workers, we all of them are applauding them as a frontline heroine of the corona pandemic. But when it comes to their wages, we don't even give them state minimum wages. They are given honorarium. So the invisibilization and non-monetization of care work also results into exploitation. That is very important. So the way the book talks about the real wealth of nation, creating a care economics, currently the feminist world over in 204 countries are demanding that we need to acknowledge care economics. And we know that it's only one country, which is Iceland. And you know, Iceland has a 65% politicians, elected representatives are women. You must have read in yesterday's paper. Now, that is the only country which had 100% successful strike to acknowledge work of housewives and care work in the systems of national account. They won that battle, and they said that it is not a question of wages for housework, but acknowledgement in the official statistics, what is the contribution of care work into the national economy. And this is the another very important, that partnerism, that everyone has to partner. All of us are partner in care work. You just can't impose care work on women, and for that we need to change the social norms. So the whole exercise that has been happening currently, 84 countries have officially accepted time use survey after 30 years of consistent effort by the gender economists. And we also know that there have been many social scientists, like in 1934, the effort which was made by Margaret. This is about, she brought the subject of care work in the sociological thinking. Feminists also called upon unpaid work as a production of life. You do production of life at 2 levels. When you do cooking, cleaning, caring, making kappa for your family members and all, that is a production of life on a daily basis. When you produce a baby, you nurture the baby, 20 years down the line, that person becomes a citizen and contributes to the national economic part of the workforce. That is a production of life on a generational basis. So care work is contributing on a day-to-day life as well as at a generational level. Now, support to the care work, and especially the whole wages for housework movement, which started in 1978 in all the European countries, had a shock therapy. It gave a shock therapy. And they talked about the time use, like every person as a human has a 24-hour clock. How much work when you do your bathing and sleeping and watching TV, it is a personal work. When you do the cooking, cleaning, caring, animal care and care of the sick, it is a care work. And when you work in the office or a factory or plantation or agriculture, that is a paid work. So divide this work into personal work, care work, and unpaid care work, and the paid work. So that is a formula which is created by by several economists, and it is now institutionalized. For the first time in India, Ministry of Statistics has provided time use survey. It's a bulky volume. You can download it freely from the Google, and it is a TUS survey based on the data on 2019, where the lockdown had begun from March 2020. So 2019 to 2020 is the time period. It has this thing. This kind of acknowledgement of care work is very, very important implications into the compensation that women get. We know that so many women in the middle-aged women, when they are abandoned, or there is a whole issue of a deserted women, parityakta, the problem of, and at the time of divorce, so many men, they refuse to give a maintenance. In a Mumbai family court, when a man, rich man, said that he doesn't want to pay a single penny to his wife, she's a useless. He has a cook, he has a maid servant, he has a everybody Aya Bai to look after elderly people. Wife is of no use, and he would not give any compensation. The judge of the family court used the TUS survey. They contacted gender economists. They did the computation and asked for a 24 lakh one-time compensation maintenance. He had to give to the court, and court created a trust, and the interest from that maintenance with the woman would lead the rest of her life, because she had invested 30 best years of her life in that marriage. In 2010, in Supreme Court of India, Arun Kumar Agarwal versus National Insurance Company case also, where both of them died in the accident. The accident compensation, insurance company was ready to pay the compensation for man who was working, and the computation was made according to man's salary and his chances of survival, like retirement. Like at the age of 60, he would retire. When the accident happened, they were 35. He was 35. But for wife, they were refusing to give a penny. And then again, the judge of Supreme Court of India, he said that no, the wife's role was very important. She was doing housework, she was looking after children, and they counted the minimum like 55,000 per month as a wife's compensation. And they said that 2,50,000 the insurance company had to give. Though the compensation amount is very, very less, I don't think that housewives' contribution can be reduced to that if we go by the opportunity cost. 2013, again, Madras High Court in Rakhi Kothari versus Soundara Pandian case, accident of two-wheeler where a truck killed the couple. Again, and the baby, she had a baby in her tummy. She was pregnant, and even while abortion, she died, and that also compensated. On 5th of this January this year, we saw the judgment by Supreme Court of India in a Kirti versus Oriental Insurance Company Limited, where they used the judge, I think Justice Ramana, he used the 2011 census and also the time use survey published by Ministry of Statistics in 2020. And he counted the value of labor, services, and sacrifices made by the homemakers, and accordingly the insurance company had to pay the compensation for wife. Now, feminists who are fighting against this kind of invisibilization of unpaid family work, there have been efforts made by feminist economists in India. Their pioneering work like Devki Jain, Maitreyi Krishnaraj, Nirmala Banerjee, Sarda Mani have done, is visibility of women in statistics and indicators. There have been a lot of work which is happening in the political economy of housework, which was taken up. I have given you the link. There have been films, documentary films made by the feminist economists on wages for housework and mother's work, value of mother's work. And this is what you know, that when the demonstration took place in European countries, the lakhs of women, and especially in the Iceland, even Prime Minister wife also, it was 100% successful strike by women demanding acknowledgement and visibility of care work. We all know, and as a result of this campaign, so many creative expressions have come up. And the one which I love the most is Maria's verses on hands: yellow hand, black hand, white hand, shadows of hands, colors of women's hands, speak of tales that words cannot tell. Red loving hands, orange peaceful hands, green nurturing hands, blue serene hands, indigo dignified hands, violet reflective hands, colors of rainbow, promise of a bright tomorrow, cold hands, warm hands, trembling hands, fist clenched, tired hands, playful hands, hurting hands, wounds healed, calloused hand, caring hand, life enhancing hands, women's common language, hearts alone can tell, holding hands, nourishing hands, sorting hands, discreet hands, generous hands, enabling hands, relaxing hands, comforting hands, creative hands, dreaming hands, praying hands, soulful hands, weavers of human tapestry, all women's hands. And I think this is the very important march songs of the feminist, when there was a play written called Skit. It was a skit on housework, which ended with these verses: that defying oppressive custom, tossing aside tradition, we have come. Dalit, battered housewives, workers, farmers, in the army together we have come. To end dowry, rape, misused authority, to stop wife beating and cruelty, we have come. To wipe women's suppression, to remove class oppression, to free this humanity. In a rally, we have come. In a rally, we have come from farms and mines and factories and offices. In spite of owners' threat and dread, we have come. Look, look, you blind exploiter, tyrant. Women's army has come to destroy injustice, to restore dignity. We have come. So I think the economists interested in women's group, they have unpacked this issue. Now, a lot of literature has been generated about various computation methods. We had so many public domain, even international NGOs like Oxfam and Human Rights Watch and NOVIB and the DFID all have now started acknowledging the care work, both in the public and private domain. There have been many researches which are happening. You can download the research. They are public domain. There, you don't have to even pay for it. You can download all the articles and journals of feminist economists. They are not password protected. And in India also, the current discourses which are happening in the census, NSSO, National Family Health Survey, Indian Statistical Organization, UNIFEM and UN Women, Food and Agricultural Organization, International Labour Organization, United Nations Development Program, all of them have now institutionalized recognition and computation and measurement of care work. And that's why we see that how the women's marginalization in the economy in different countries, which is taking place, and the burden of care work, which is increasing, and which creates the whole question of feminization of poverty. So that is also very important. In this context, gender responsive, gender sensitive, and indicators, they become very important. Lot of technical exercise has been happening. You can even get it from the UN Women's websites. And that's why we also get the statistics. These are the statistics from India given by the Ministry of Statistics, and also ILO has also corroborated that, as Dr. Nandita and even Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan also told, that how Indian women are doing 10 times more care work than Indian men, where Indian men allocate 29 minutes per day. Women in India are giving 6 hours of work in a care work, and that is why the care work itself takes so much of energy that by the time they are in the productive work, they are already exhausted, and there too their work, contribution gets trivialized. This is the very important bar chart from Ministry of Statistics, and you can see when it comes to unpaid caregiving, the differences between men and women. Men's is blue and women's contribution is in red bar. So again, redistribution. For redistribution of care work, we will have to change the gender norms. The division of labor between boy and girl, man and women will have to be changed. We will have to make care work affordable and accessible. We have to recognize the role and importance of care work, and we should also reduce wherever it is possible to reduce care work wherever it is drudgery prone by introducing technology. Currently, the big hue and cry is made by the mainstream economists that economy is closed, but actually economy is not closed. Everyone is cooking, cleaning, taking care of their loved ones. It is just not valued by economists because it is unpaid care work. So recognition and redistribution, reduction and representation has become of care work has become a new mantra for all the international bodies, and even in the Generation Equality Forum, we have been talking about the acknowledgement and institutionalization of care work. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And I think all three of us complemented each other. So it was really a very interesting panel discussion where all the issues are covered by three of us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Vibhuti ma'am, for a very insightful lecture. The concept that housewife's role is a social construct and not natural is really heart-rendering. Unpaid domestic work is as valuable as paid work are some of the highlights of your lecture. The very fact that invisible and non-monetized nature of care work does not give it recognition, and hence it is necessary to recognize, to reward, to reduce, to redistribute and represent care work. It is a very highlight of the session was that women are involved in the production of life. This is a term which I'm sure has attracted the attention of all participants, because we as women are doing production of life all throughout our lives in our day-to-day activities, and also we are preparing the generation to be active and alert citizens of the society. You also shared with us the judgments of the family court, which has brought to light the value of homework and care work. The literature which you shared about the research and the academic work is also appreciated. What really attracted our attention are the several adjectives which you used for the hands, which are depicting work, and also those hands which were raised against oppression and exploitation. The gender sensitivity which is required, the gender responsiveness which should be the hallmark of today's era, I am sure are the takeaway points from today's session. So once again, Vibhuti ma'am, we thank you very much for a very exhaustive and comprehensive lecture that you had, and you gave your valuable time to us. So on behalf of MD Shah Mahila College, I2SC and the Women's Development Cell, I would like to thank all the three distinguished resource persons for not only sharing their expertise, but also helping us in time management. Now I open the session for question answers. There is a question from the chat in the chat box from one of the panelists, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Kopikar. She has typed 3 sets of questions. The first question is child care or elder care important for nation building? So I would request the resource persons to kindly share their view, or anyone is welcome. Is child care, elder care important for nation building? Yes, and we are awaiting the response.
I think Dr. Nandita would, or Dr. Vibhuti.
Yeah, fine. I would welcome Dr. Nandita. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'll try my level to satisfy that questionnaire, the person who put up that question. That's a very important question. Actually, that's the basis of the answer. It's very brilliant. Now, what constitutes our society? Don't we include the elders in our societies, or don't we feel elated to welcome the young ones in our lives, to enrich our society with a new aspirations? That was the basic question when you are asking whether elderly and the child care are part of this, whether it is required. So now the question is, if we are at the moment we are talking about whether the elderly care is important or part of this thing, then the question comes up that each one of us, we are starting our lives as child, and then we are reaching our productive age. We contribute to the national manpower, and at one point of time we are saying goodbye to it and to take care of our own self or get engaged with different smaller activities to continue our life. Now, if we consider that we really, if we want to organize our society around us, and we are talking about political terms, social terms and economic terms to define something called state around us, don't we require child? Don't we respect the elders? Don't we require the child to join the manpower as the productive member of the country? And don't we respect the person who has completed their productive years and entering into the aged regime? If both the answers are yes, I think your question itself is having the answers.
Yes.
I would like to supplement what Dr. Nandita Mondal said, that basically there are two approaches. Okay, one is a human capital formation approach, which only talks about that you invest in human being and treat them also as capital, the way you treat land and money and all that, and machine. But that is instrumentalism. You want to invest in human beings so that they give you productivity and efficiency. What Amartya Kumar Sen, Dr. Mahmood ul Haq of Pakistan, and Dr. Martha Nussbaum talks, it is a question of entitlement.
Yes.
Okay, it's a human right, right to food, right to education, right to dignity, right to justice, right to employment is a basic right of every human person, number one. Number two, that if person is elderly and not able to contribute to the economy, you will neglect them. A person who are mentally ill or have physical disability, will you neglect them? No, you can't do that. That is what is human development approach. And that when we talk about the indices of human development, gender development index or gender empowerment index, everywhere you have to see that the basic dignity and right and justice, because that is what justice is demanding, that every living person is treated. And now the Feminist Manifesto of 2021 even talks about not only beyond humanism, that not only human beings, but even animals and plants, you have to care and nurture them. No, that is what is it. Second question is that of how do you compute? Now, the way Devki Jain and Malini Chand in 1981, they did their study of a comparative analysis of time use of women in agriculture in Bengal and Rajasthan. What they did is that they 24-hour cycle. How many hours you have, if you sleep, if you bathe, if you brush your teeth, it is personal time. If you do cooking, cleaning, caring, animal care, kitchen gardening, and any household industry, whether you are in cottage industry or whatever, work that you do, you are not paid, that is care work. And third one is a paid work. So this is how you divide the work into three. And the same thing, Indira Hairway did it officially for the government. And then Indian Social Institute and ISSCD also did a very big survey comparing their survey at a field level and the data which NSSO had provided. Because NSSO accepted this whole thing of time use in 1991, after a lot of deliberations we had, 91 census, that unpaid family work should be gauged. So this is a second issue. And third issue, that acknowledgement of care work itself changes your worldview. It changes your way you look at women of your country, all those who are, because men also do, no? There are people who are doing, the male nurses, they are also into care work, or sanitation workers, they are also into care work. Okay, that your attitude to care work defines how you would treat the human being. So even from the point of view of responsible citizenship, it is very important. So it is important from economic point of view, it is important from gender point of view, and it is also from the point of view of human rights. So that's why acknowledgement and recognition of care work is very important, and especially in the context of pandemic, where 204 countries are affected and the uniform patterns are emerging, that neglect of care work is creating the kind of system structures and mechanisms which are completely invisibilizing the care workers, both paid as well as unpaid. Thank you.
I just want to add here, if possible, Dr. Kopikar, please access to the book of Quality of Life by Professor Martha Nussbaum and Professor Sen.
Yes.
So that's the seminal work that they have both done, while of course later part they parted the way with their explanation of entitlement, being Professor Nussbaum being social Aristotelian, and Professor Sen's pathway of discovering or explaining things were a bit different than Professor Nazbam. But I think that's the basic book which will give many of the answers that we are trying to find out in case of the space of caregiving and women's work.
Yeah.
That quality of life. That was a very seminal work by both of them.
Seminal we generally don't use, comes out of semen. So not bad. We should say outstanding work.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. There is one more question. How does women's contribution be calculated?
Yeah. So there are, see, in national income, the calculation of national income, you have three approaches: production approach, consumption approach, and expenditure approach. In all these things, when you say that C plus consumers expenditure, government expenditure, producers expenditure, plus export minus import. Now, in all this method, whether you are when you do the expenditure method, you have to compute what is the equivalent value of a woman. What Anne Oakley did in her study, she asked the housewife, how much were you pay? What are the rates of childcare per hour? So you compute that. What are the rate of restaurant which provides you food? So you do the opportunity cost, that what you have lost the opportunity of paid work, you have become a housewife. What all are you contributing? You put the monetary value as per the existing price. That is a one method. When you say income method is wages, profit, income of the employer. Interest is the employer of those who invest and rent you. Export minus import. So in that also, had you been working in an office, how much you would have been earning as a wages. The way Supreme Court and Family Court recently, like there is a very good article in EPW by Soumya Uma and Koteshwaran, Prabha Koteshwaran. They have analyzed all the judgments of lower courts, high courts, and Supreme Courts of India from 2010 to 2021, last 11 years course. And there the computation method has been there. What is with the monetization of the sacrifice that you are making? They have used the lowest common. It should not be, actually it is not the market rate. That is a second method. And so income method, expenditure method, and production method. So whatever you have produced, as I said, production of life. Farmer produces grain, workers produce manufacturing items, service sector produces people with skills, and this thing, whether it's
and do we produce
a production of care work. What is a care work? Product. A person who was ill, now that person is now healthy. A child was born and child is now growing up. So that is a production of life on a daily basis and production of life on a generational basis. And that is how all the East European countries, all the countries which have a negative population rate, population growth, they are computing. My interpreter in Russia, I was there for 40 days, and that Russian interpreter had to pay 40% of his salary at source. Government used to deduct because he refused to marry and he did not produce a baby. None of the whites in Moscow were producing babies. They were 5 degrees, 6 degrees, 8 degrees they would take, but they would not produce babies. Now, all these people had to pay bachelor's tax because when they grow old, someone else will have to look after them, but they don't have anybody. They have not created a generation of people who would look after them. So that is that. In all East European countries, they have provided, if you are a career woman, scientist, doctor, academician, you get paid leave for 3 years till your child goes to playgroup without any chances of losing your promotion. It will be counted as a duty to the nation. These are the countries with negative population growth rate. Population of those countries is declining and they have a pro-natalist policy. Same in France. France is a racist policy, not only for non-French people, but French natives who are producing less babies. If a French woman produces 3rd child, she gets mother's allowance, which includes herself for wages for herself as well as the babies. So these are the countries where we have seen that Time Use studies, 84 countries in the world out of 204, 84 countries are accepting. First, they started as a sample survey, and now they have institutionalized TUS into the National Systems of National Health Account, which is called SNA. Lot of literature, video talks on YouTube are also available on this subject, and I think those hope that our panel discussion has generated a healthy curiosity on the question of care.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. Healthy curiosity is generated. There is one more question. What are the steps ahead?
Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan, over to you.
No, I
Yes.
think this is a continuation of that earlier question, Dr. Patel. You can just.
I think more and more negotiation wherever we
Yeah.
are. See, gender responsive budgeting when we talk about, and now there is a new talk is about the transformative financing for gender equality. This is the exercise which is happening. I think we need to take this up with our local politicians. We have to take up with the local self-government bodies. And for the first time, 4 state governments have given separate gender budgeting. Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, and Maharashtra. Both in English and Marathi, and they have also given in local language. So first time there is an acceptance that 5 areas we have a major gender gap: education, employment, decision-making, violence against women, and health. And it is all, and in all this, they have taken into consideration the care work done by women. And that's why the affirmative action that the state needs to take. And we need to take this discourse even to the employers. Because some employers in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, there are so many multinational companies. They do the counseling of women when they get married and they get pregnant, that you are a highly talented person, this thing are extremely valuable, we are ready to give you flexi time and all these things. And those who still want to remain 100% housewife, who do want to look after the baby, they make 2 checks. But 60% goes to husband, 40% goes to wife. Here, way back in 1978, when Mridul Tai was a member of MLA of Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha, that time there was massive cases. I was working with the railway union, and the wives of railway workers had complained of massive alcoholism. And they said that when they get these railways used to pay weekly wages. So in the weekly wages, when they were paid weekly wages, and there would next to that would be an alcohol den always, and men would squander all their money in the alcohol. And that time we suggested to Mridul Tai that why don't we ask, why don't we give a GR to the Indian Railways that on the payday, the weekly payday, there should be 2 queues, one for women, one for men of the family, and then it was institutionalized. At that time, we could do it. Yes, they were giving separate check to wives.
Yes, Dr. Nandita would like to add something.
Yes, I just can't resist myself to share some experiences over here. And one pertinent point, that all these political activities that we need to do, as Dr. Patel has rightly placed, to politicize the matter, to bring it in somehow in the legislative way, to accept or recognize this sort of space of work for women. The one most important thing we need to understand, that we need to consciously bring forth the recognition of self for the women themselves. Because until and unless we are doing that, we are nowhere. We are nowhere. It's my own experiences that I was sharing again and again, that while I'm seeing my own classmates, after doing post-graduation, some of them completed their PhDs, some of them were into job, but in between, because of the family pressure, they had to do away with all that and raise their children. When I am getting back through WhatsApp to them, continuously the answers comes up that, okay, we are not doing anything, we are not working anymore, but hey, you have done something in your life. You were part of so-called official productive brigade of manpower of the country. While you have completed your post-graduation, you entered your career, and then on the middle path, you have left it for the pressure of family to take care and give the care to your family. That does not mean that you are nothing. When you are reaching 55 or 56 and you are inside home and you are being told to do the meditation or part of the living art of living courses or something like that, only to have a very nice life. It is not that. It should not be. I mean, the concept of self in case of women is very, very important. And the second thing that I would like to share, as ma'am was discussing, I could remember my own internship with the heavy industries in Calcutta. As part of my course, MSW, I had done my specialization in personal management and labor relations from Shantiniketan, and I was placed in the heavy industry to do my internship. And that was the heavy industries of yesteryears of 60s and 70s, creating the heavy railway wagons for goods train. It was Bern standard that I was placed, and I was heavily guarded by all the labor officers who were males, who were predominantly from very well-known families of Calcutta, chosen and taken into PSUs to manage the fleet of laborers which were coming from Bihar and UP. Now, the moment I was placed over there as intern, labor intern as woman, the moment I was there, second day, there was whole lot of whispering coming up. Oh my God, they brought a woman in the labor office. And there are a whole lot, because they cannot use the slangs. Even if I am visiting the canteen as part of my own internship work and finding it out what are the nutritional basis that they are working out for everyday menu, because railway wagon manufacturing requires a lot of heavy physical work at that point of time. Technology was not very developed at that point of time. I did it in, I think, 89, 90, and it was requiring a lot of physical labor. So the people who were coming in over there, so I was placed in canteen to look after their nutritional status with everyday menu. And I was given a special responsibility to talk to them to set their records, because many of the cases coming up where it was found out that these laborers, they were settling down in and around the installation of that heavy industry in Howrah, which is predominantly a industrial belt of West Bengal. These people were settling down by marrying the local girls over there, while their actual wives, with whom they were legally married in their native lands, were left out in UP and Bihar, which was again a very much problem of migrated laborers in case of India. And that created the problem with the documentation while the question comes up for any accident happens, and the compensation is being sought for by the actual families. Many of the times there were a whole lot of quarrel which was being settled down by these labor welfare officers. So I was given that responsibility to settle down their records properly. So I was really curious to know how these male laborers who migrated and settled down with a new family and taking every year holiday to reach their original families and meeting up with them, but trying to just send them some money at one punch, and then it's fine. They will settle down with the new families and the new wives in the second wives, or I mean, if it is legally married or illegally just staying together, there are a whole lot of issues coming up as part of the labor unrest, because the company was unable to settle down the matter after any accidents as compensation. So it was just brought forth a lot of curiosity that how those women who were left out, who were deserted, or sometimes very few times in a year, or maybe once in a year, or once in a blue moon of this 5-year or 10-year being visited by this man who is settled in Howrah. So I was finding those women are left out and being taken care by themselves, and they are comprising later part when I started doing my PhDs, as I was having very limited knowledge in economics, as I was coming from social work, having inclination towards sociological understanding, I was made to read the basic economics by my learned guide, late Professor Shadid Bhaumik, and at that point of time, I was already working with Professor Vibhuti Patel on different occasions, and she also made me read many things which really helped me to shape my ideas. And now I can understand that those were the women were running the main household at home in the original place of source place of these migratory laborers who settled in Howrah. And those women are left out at all, all together, and they did everything of agricultural work, of care work, of whatever, nurturing work, for everything to take care of the family home of those laborers who were settled down and happily forgotten that somebody is taking care over there. And that's how the statistical reflections were showing that many of the households in case of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh are female-headed household. Now, how do we rational or conceptualize the contribution of these women? How can we deny? Because UP and Bihar have a considerable contribution into the production of this country in many phases, not only the manufacturing, even agriculturally also. We cannot deny their contribution, and those women left out in the source place of these migratory laborers are really doing wonders. Now, how could we not recognize them? We need to recognize them and their contribution to carry on the lives, even if they themselves emotionally, physically, economically deserted. So it's not easy. It's not easy for them to come up and
3 crores, if not less. 3 crore of them out of 12 crore migrant workers.
Yeah.
And ONGC also, most of the public sector enterprises, we used to get women, with the man in city having one wife and in the village.
Okay, thank you for your response. We have got time constraints, so I have no wish to interrupt you. Kindly accept my apologies. And I would like to share that all the questions were asked by our panelist, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Kopikar. It was a series of questions. So I broke the questions so each one of you reputed dignitaries could give your own version of the question. But we are running short of time, so I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Nandita. And
I'm sorry.
On behalf of the college, IQAC and WDC, I would like to thank all the 3 reputed resource persons for sharing your experiences and for enlightening not only us teachers, but also many students who are in the attendees. So I would now like to end this session 4, and now we are going to session 5, and I welcome my colleague, Mrs. Sheena Sajid, to kindly take over the session. Thank you very much once again, from the bottom of my heart.
Thank
you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Seena Paul, kindly hand over the session to Mrs. Sheena Sajid. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we will be the next session is going to start at 1:30, and I request Sheena Sajid to take it over. And I want to thank each and every one, Dr. Vibhuti Patel, Dr. Nandita, Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan, for sparing time and being over here. And so it has been an enlightening session today.
So we can take break of 15 minutes. Huh?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
We can have grab something.
Yeah.
Nourish ourselves.
Come back.
We have to take care of ourselves.
Yeah.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am. Thank you,
system can be on, no? Or we can.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, the system can be on.
System can be on. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am. Thank you, Vibhuti ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, all of you.
Thoroughly enjoyed. All 3 of us gelled so well. Dr. Geeta. Yes.
Sheena, are you there?
Yeah, Sina, I'm very much there. I was
Okay,
just
fine.
thinking 1:30 will begin, no?
Yeah, we are starting at 1:30.
Okay, so our resource persons and all have not yet joined, no? No, they have not joined.
I'm getting in touch with you.
Okay, I'll just be there.
Professor Jaya, am I audible, madam?
Dr. Sina, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Sheena here.
Hi,
will-
Sheena.
Yes.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah, yes, sure, very clearly, and you're audible as well.
Okay.
We'll
So-
start at sharp at 1:30, so maybe within 10 minutes time. The participants
I
will
have
join.
a PowerPoint that I'll share.
Okay.
So once you introduce me, then I'll
Yes.
share my screen. Is that okay?
Yeah, perfect, perfect. I will just ask my student to just.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Professor Jaya Dantis.
Yes, Dr. Sina, good afternoon to you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now you are not visible. I just.
The ma'am is visible. We can see.
Yeah,
her.
yeah, yeah. You're visible, ma'am. You're visible. Yeah, perfect.
I got the last part of the previous panelist, but I think because I was not made a panelist, you were not able to see or hear me.
Yes, 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 ma'am. We were not able. That is the reason I messaged you.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Ranjan Maniar, Madam मैं सीना बोल रही हूँ.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Now I just want to introduce you. This is Dr. Ranjan Maniar. She is a trustee, and to my knowledge, she has been there in this. She's a doctor by profession. For more than 50 years, she has been practicing in Malad. Our college is situated in Malad, and I want to share something about you. The COVID time, she was there online for each and every person who was willing to talk to her. She has done a wonderful job during COVID is not gone. I should not say during COVID, is still on. And she has helped our students anytime. Anyone could have called her and asked her. Personally, she has helped me. So not only me, many of my colleagues, she has, and many of our students, she has been a great boon for people in Malad. Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you very much.
No?
Yeah.
I'll call you, I think.
Should we test the PowerPoint, or it's okay? It'll come if I can when I share.
Ma'am, if you want, you can test. There's no harm in that. We can try.
Yeah, I was just suggesting that.
So I'll just share so we can just test it. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see it,
Yes, it's
Sheena?
visible. It's visible. It's very clear.
And then what I'll do is when I'm sharing it, I will put it onto the slideshow.
Right. Sina, Dr. Sina.
Hello, is it Dr. Brunel D'Souza on the line?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I'll just inform them to. Ma'am, can you write your name? Hello.
Okay, I don't know why this is done.
Or if there is an issue, I can ask the technician to do that.
No. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Brunel.
Hi, Nandita. What is this Reserve 3 Swamis?
You had to rename. Go to the right corner.
I have renamed, but I don't. I'm just wondering. I've seen it on somebody else also.
Yeah. They put it reserve as place, I believe, as speakers, and then you have
No,
to rename.
Name is visible.
for panelists, that is what we do.
Yeah.
So generally what happens, there's a limited number of seats. So
Yeah.
the technician doesn't know the name.
So they
then-
put as reserve. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So that we can get into the forum easily. Yeah.
yes. Otherwise sometimes it becomes very difficult.
I know. The nature of our work is changing so fast. We have to get used to this.
But we have adapted.
Yes.
Very well.
We had to because we care for our work, right?
Yes. Even those faculty who were saying we don't know how to operate a computer, they have all learned.
Yes.
And we are doing a wonderful job, I think so.
Truly.
I think we have to, Dr. Rane has not joined, Dr. Swati Rane has not joined, otherwise everyone is here, I think so. Yeah. I'll just message.
Ma'am, what was attracted my attention in Vibhuti Patel ma'am's presentation was the word that work that is that which is done outside the house is less. So if that is so, then I think in this pandemic, teachers have been, if not 24/7, 20/7, we have been giving, I would say, care to our students inside the house, work from home, and yet we are connected to students. And I do not know how much of that is being recognized, or
Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan mentioned that, while we are, I don't know, I should not say doubling up our work, but tripling, because connectivity is an issue, and many a time students, if they miss the classes, we need to talk to them on the phone at night and at any point of time that their connectivity is working.
Yes.
So it's very difficult, and Brunel is here, and Brunel also going through the same. It's very, very difficult to do the extra care work that has happened during this last 1.5 years, and we need to continue doing that, because many of the time the students are feeling very lonely. So they need the extra attention, immediate attention. I mean, then we need to just ignore our household role or the role of caregivers within the home and switch to the paid work and playing the role of our extra caregivers over there and had to walk extra miles.
Dr. Swati Rane, welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, hi.
Thank you. I was there since morning. The only thing was that
Okay.
you all took a break, no? So even I took a break.
Okay. Now the problem is I have not seen you. Even if I would have seen in the panel, I would have not been able to recognize you.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Hi, Brunel.
Hi.
Hi, Shubha, ma'am.
I
and
think
hi,
her
Jaya.
name also should be renamed from reserve.
Yes, yeah, I have already mentioned it to Supriya.
It's 1:30. Shall we begin?
Yeah, I think so. All the panelists, okay, we can start, Nana?
Yeah, all the best to all of us.
Yes.
All the best.
Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Sri M.D. Shah Mahila College, I extend a warm welcome to the eminent speakers and participants to the 5th session of the International Conference on Role of Women Health Workers in Fighting COVID-19. In this session, we have 3 distinguished speakers, Professor Jaya Dantas, Professor Brunel D'Souza, and Dr. Swati Sawant Rane. For this session, the participant can post their questions in the chat box, which will be taken up after all the 3 speakers speak. So without any further delay, let me introduce the first speaker of this session, Professor Jaya Dantas. Professor Jaya Dantas is currently Deputy Chair of the Curtin Academic Board, Dean International in the Faculty of Health Sciences, and Professor in the Curtin School of Population Health at Curtin University, Western Australia. She's worked for 34 years in India, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Timor-Leste, and Australia. An award-winning academician, Professor Dantas won an Australian National Award for University Teaching in 2010 and is a Fellow of the Public Health Association of Australia. She is currently President of Australian Graduate Women and has been a delegate to the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations. She leads the Faculty of Health Sciences International Portfolio and is undertaking projects on COVID-19, refugee and migrant health, psychosocial well-being, and health equity. We welcome you, ma'am, and request you to begin the session.
Thank you very much, Sheena, and greetings from Western Australia, where we have no community transmission of COVID. In the next half an hour or so, I'll take you all on a global journey, a bit about my experiences, and then bring you back to what's happening around the world with respect to the global pandemic. I'm going to share my screen now. Are you able to see the screen, Sheena?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. One of the things that we do in Australia is we begin any presentation with an acknowledgement of country. Because of its history with the indigenous populations of Australia, what we do is we acknowledge the Aboriginal people of the land that we meet in. And in Western Australia, we have the Whadjuk Aboriginal people of the Noongar Nation, and they are the traditional custodians of the land in which I present. And I'd like to pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. But as a migrant woman who has been welcomed in Australia, but has also lived in 5 other countries, my commitment to work with people from around the world is at the core of the work I do and reflects the values of respect, honesty, and integrity. I would like to share a little bit about myself. Professor Vibhuti Patel is a good friend of mine, and I've known her for a number of years, and other academics in India too. But I grew up in India, in Mumbai, and I trained as a food scientist, but I left as a young woman in my 20s for Africa, and then spent the next 10 years in Africa. I actually worked at the PV Polytechnic at the SNDTU campus between 1987 to 1990. So I do know the campus, the SNDT campus in Santa Cruz quite well. And I know the Research Center for Women's Studies and Professor Veena Punacha also quite well, yeah, and did a project with her. In Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, I experienced global events. I experienced another pandemic at that time, the HIV pandemic in Uganda, then the genocide in Rwanda, the end of apartheid in South Africa, refugee and migrant movements with the impact of conflict-related trauma and displacement, and the widespread violence, not only against women, but also against men, as we see in areas of conflict. And I grew passionate about global public health and education, community health, gender issues, health equity, and the social determinants. And towards the end, I'll come back to the issue of health equity and inequalities that the world is facing today. Yeah? So a little bit of the background, and some of you may know all of this, but I thought it would be good to actually show you a timeline where the pneumonia of unknown cause was detected in December 2019 in Wuhan, China. On 20th of Jan, China mentioned human-to-human transmission. The outbreak was declared a public health emergency by the WHO on the 30th of January 2020. On the 11th of February 2020, it was given a name, COVID-19. 11th of March 2020, it was declared a pandemic. And in the most severe cases, people have difficulty breathing, have to be hospitalized, have to be in intensive care, and have to be ventilated. And we've had a large number of deaths throughout the world. I just wanted to show you what the coronaviruses are. They're not new. We had the SARS outbreak in 2003 and 2002. And those were also first identified in China. The carriers were thought to be, again, bats, but then there were the civet cats that actually transmitted from the bats to the civet cats to human beings. And at that time, there were about 8,000 cases, 774 deaths, and it impacted 26 countries. In 2012, there was another respiratory syndrome called MERS, the Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. And there it impacted 27 countries. But most of these were the Middle Eastern and Southeast Asian countries. But this time, you can just see this image that I'm just showing, where there's the bat, which are the carriers of the coronavirus. And then there's a human, before it comes to the human being, there is an animal carrier that transmits it. But in the 2019 coronavirus, we do not know if it was the pangolins in the wild markets of China that were the carriers. That's still a question mark at this stage. So here are some statistics. And I've been mapping the global pandemic since March this year because of my connections to Africa and having family in the UK, USA, India, Australia. I was looking at the impacts all over the world, and being Dean International, our international students were significantly impacted. On the 22nd of May, 2020, there were about 4.9 million cases and about 327 deaths. I gave a talk on 3rd of June, 2020, and at that time, there were 6.4 million cases and 385,000 deaths. But as of today, 29th of September, 2021, there's 232 million confirmed cases. There's 4.7 million deaths, and there's 192 countries that have been impacted. But what we have also done is we've had doses of the vaccination that have been administered, and about 6.1 million doses have been administered globally.
Just a graph, and I captured this. There's a really nice Our World in Data graph, that website, a dashboard that captures this on a daily basis. And it shows, I've taken about 6 or 7 countries, the United Kingdom, USA, Singapore. I've put India, Indonesia, China, and Australia. But where you can see Singapore and UK have got cases going upwards. So it's interesting to see how this will pan out in the next few weeks. But the deaths, so the deaths are plateauing in some countries, but they are also increasing in some countries. But they are nowhere near as high as they were in February and March of this year. Some of the strategies to control the pandemic have been lockdown or shelter in place. There have been quarantining, there have been social isolation, there's been masking and hand hygiene. And I would like to share a little bit about Western Australia, where I live. Our premier, or our premier of our state, wanted a zero COVID policy. So he has had harsh lockdowns in place, especially with border controls. So nobody can come into our state or go out of our state without special approval, with special exemptions. So we need 2 exemptions. If you're an international traveler, you need an exemption from the Department of Home Affairs. And if you're a regional traveler, you need the G2G pass given by the Department of Police. So you cannot actually plan your travel if you do not have that documents with you. So this has in some ways protected us, but also isolated us. So for people who have family in other parts of the state or in the country or overseas, it's been really, really challenging and difficult. But one of the things that Australia has done really well is the 3 T's: the testing, the tracking, and the tracing. So the higher the testing, you can capture the cases that of COVID in the region. The higher the tracing, so contact tracing, they are our backroom heroes around the world. We don't see them in the front line, but they have been working 24 hours in most countries, looking at the cases in all of the countries. And then we have to have a surveillance system in place. And when you look at the surveillance system, that surveillance is wastewater surveillance, air quality surveillance that's done in different countries. Then I have a slide of the school closures throughout the world. Now, this is as of 1st of September 2021. And you can see the 3 different colors. And these colors show where there's lockdown of schools still there at different levels. Some where it's red, it is at all levels. So right from primary, secondary to tertiary, the schools are closed. But in some countries, they didn't have the possibility to have any closure measures. And then the workplace closures. Now, this has impacted men, women, and economic activity throughout the world because we've had our workplaces closed. And I know I was listening to some of you just talk before we started the presentation of how challenging this has been. And towards the end, I'll talk about the time use survey that's been administered through the Australian Census that looks at unpaid work done by women in the households and in the community. Well, I have this picture from last year of the migrant heartbreak in India. And Professor Vibhuti, I've captured your words. I listened to one of your talks last year. I've captured your words where it said, history will never forgive us for our antipathy towards builders of the nation, the city makers, the migrant workers. And what was there was, without an economic safety net, people cannot survive. And when you have migrant workers living on daily wages, this impacts them. So you have large numbers of domestic workers in many parts of India and in different parts of the world who were impacted. You have migrant laborers, you have construction workers, people working in very precarious conditions who are impacted by COVID. Here I'm now going to start about the gendered impacts. In every country, women have been hit harder by the impacts of COVID-19. Why is this? And it's not rocket science. It's simple. Women are caregivers. They're educators for children,
for students. They look after the sick in the community. They look after their families. They look after their elderly and the most vulnerable. UN Women reports that 70% of health, education, and social sector workers around the world are women, and they do 3 times more unpaid work than men. Yeah? Some of the other gendered impacts. It's also a worrying time for pregnant women who need access to information and care. Now, it was a really difficult time for pregnant women. And in a country like Australia, where your husband or your partner is allowed to be there in the birthing room, this was no longer happening. People didn't know once vaccination started whether pregnant women could take the vaccination or not. You know? So all of these were significant impacts. And infection control needed to be higher when you're pregnant and giving birth. It was also a greater time of care and support for older women, especially over the ages of 70 years, who were living alone. And many women in developed and developing countries work in casual or insecure jobs. You know? The other thing that happened is there was a silent epidemic on the side, and this was the increase in domestic violence throughout the world during COVID. But I want to actually point out to heads of government who have made a huge difference to their countries. So the women heads of government in Germany, Angela Merkel; Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen; New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern; Iceland, Katrin Jakobsdottir; Finland, Sanna Marin; Norway, Erna Solberg; and Denmark, Mette Frederiksen. All of these women were recognized for their rapidity, decisiveness, and effectiveness of their national response to COVID. But more than anything, it was also the compassionate communication of fact-based public health information. And that's what the people need. They want compassionate, clear information. There is so much of misinformation during this time. You know? But here I have some really good image from the World Bank. And this is a self-help group in India, in Jharkhand. But one thing that has come out really, really clearly in many parts of the world, and especially in developing countries, it's women's self-help groups that have produced masks, that have come together to actually look after the vulnerable in different countries. So this was something that was really important. Again, not the frontline workers, but the backline workers or the backroom workers who work in silence to help in COVID-19. The community comes together, and these are pictures from India. You had self-help groups, you had community kitchens, you had people distributing food because they could no longer have access to their daily wage. I would like to share the case of Kerala because it has been talked about at all levels globally, especially in the UN here. And one of the things that happened in Kerala in 2020, they had the Nipah virus outbreak in 2018. So they had learned from this. You know, they saw a high amount of hospital-acquired infections. They had protocols in place. They had a strategy of isolation and contact tracing, and they implemented that. You know? So Shailaja Teacher, the health minister, who's no longer the ex-health minister, put some strategies in place. We have seen the cases increase in Kerala in recent months. And I'm wondering whether that is because of the higher rates of testing or a genuine return of travelers who have come back. You know? But another thing that has happened is the increase of people living in extreme poverty. So before COVID, we had about 8.9, 8.5% male to females. During COVID and after COVID, you can see that the proportion of women living in poverty has increased significantly. Yeah? So some of the things that we can do or need to do is to contain the pandemic, strengthen the safety net. And this becomes really difficult for developing countries, is how do you have a safety net in countries that do not have the resources to do so? How do you make sure that there are cash transfers? How do you help those who are the most vulnerable in the communities? And at the same time, really important on collecting systematic surveillance data in country. so that you come to know what's happening in real time in the community. Yeah? So Australia's public health response, they set up a COVID-19 clinical council, clinical communities of practice across the country. The testing is free. The vaccination is free for everyone currently living in Australia, be it be a citizen, a permanent resident, a work visa holder, a student, or a spouse of a student or a work visa holder. For everyone, the testing and the vaccination is free. These are our case rates. So we have very high testing, and currently we have had a total number of cases that have increased, that are increasing in 2 states, in New South Wales and in Melbourne. Yeah? I would like to now talk a little bit about vaccine development. We have various phases of vaccine development, from exploratory to the clinical trial phase, to the manufacturing phase and the quality control phase before vaccines are administered. But during COVID, something unprecedented happened. The scientific community came together, countries came together and put forward money because there was resources in the world. And it was unprecedented in the history of the world where we had this development within a year. So December 2019, the COVID-19 illness was documented. By the 10th of Jan, the virus had been sequenced in the Netherlands. Then we had the NIH by 15th of Jan, it designed the mRNA vaccine in collaboration with Moderna. The phase 1 and 2 trials began by May and March of this year. By July, the trials were published in major journals. Then they announced the efficacy rate by November of last year, and they submitted to their respective TGAs, the drug distribution authorities in the UK and in the USA. And by the 11th of December, phase 1 of vaccination of healthcare professionals in many parts of the developed world began. So this was unprecedented. It had never happened in the world before. And we also had a number of countries producing different types of vaccines. So from the Wellcome Trust website, we had these. Now, I've just had a snapshot of a few, but we have a lot more now. You know, Cuba is also manufacturing its own vaccine. You have Taiwan manufacturing, but the main ones have been the RNA vaccine, the mRNA vaccine, which is the Pfizer and the Moderna, the viral vector vaccine, which was the AstraZeneca, the Johnson & Johnson, and the Sputnik by Russia, the inactivated vaccines, the virus vaccines, which were the traditional way of manufacturing the vaccines, like the Sinovac, Sinopharm, and the Covaxin by Bharat Biotech. And then we have some of the protein-based vaccines. Yeah? Now, there are also multiple treatments. Now, I've just put this for those who might be interested, but I won't go into this because these are some of the drugs that have been trialed, and WHO is looking at these number of trials that have been used, from artesunate, imatinib, remdesivir, hydrochloroquine, dexamethasone. All of these drugs are being trialed in different parts of the world. Yeah? But I have a slide as of today. I've taken the slide as of today from Our World in Data. And I just wanted to show and highlight the inequalities that we face in the vaccine rollout. So what we have here is some countries that have reached over 80% of their vaccination rates in both for both doses. And then I want to go to a country, to say Australia, where we are in Australia, where we are actually sitting at about 50%. But then we look at India. So for the first dose has been given to about 46%, and the second dose has gone to less than 20%. So India really needs, although it's vaccinating millions of people a day, it needs to increase this significantly. And then we have the African countries. You look at the bottom starting from Rwanda, Botswana, South Africa, it's all 20% and less. But when you go to Somalia, Zambia, Tanzania, you're looking at less than 2% of the population has been vaccinated. It's a very unequal world as far as vaccine distribution goes. Yeah? And some of the strategies that have been employed in different countries around the world. But at present, we need vaccine ambassadors, and we need to combat misinformation that's there. There is so much of misinformation, and media in that way, because of WhatsApp, because of Facebook, it's very easy to share this misinformation. But these are some things that can help in increasing vaccine uptake. Yeah? I'm just going to talk about the variants of concern in the world. Viruses mutate, and this virus has mutated significantly. We have Alpha, which is in 173 countries. And the vaccines were produced with the Alpha vaccine, which emerged in the UK, the Beta in South Africa, the Gamma in Brazil, the Delta in India. And the Delta now is highly infectious and a fast spreading strain. Yeah? So here are the variants of concern: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. These are their lineages, and this is where they were found and how many countries they are in. And these are the variants of interest: Eta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, and Mu. But the two infectious ones that the WHO is looking at is Lambda and Mu. These were in Peru and Colombia. They have spread to over, mostly South America, to over 30 countries. And we're looking at, this is just a slide about the vaccines and the effectiveness of some of the vaccines, the efficacy of the vaccines with the variants. Yeah? So even if it's highly infectious, the vaccines are effective. So it's important to spread the message of increasing vaccine uptake of both the doses. Yeah? But I want to share a slide that we have. We do this in Australia, and we have high rates of vaccine hesitancy, even in a country like Australia. Whether because there's low rates of COVID, whether it's complacency. If you can see the state that I am in, WA, there's about 22% vaccine hesitancy. Yeah? So over 20% vaccine hesitancy. There are people who are vaccine hesitant. Yeah? Now, this is a slide of what of masking. Masking has become very controversial. So it's something that people talk about rights, not wanting to mask. The Southeast Asian countries with the first SARS outbreak did this very well. Yeah? But here is an example given of a school in California where there was a teacher who went in without a mask, and 12 of the 24 young people got infected, young children got infected in the class. And it's important to wear masks correctly, stay home if having symptoms, and to test routinely. Now, one of the things that countries in Europe, UK and USA have done, and Australia will be starting from the 1st of November, is to have antigen testing. So Netherlands gives this free. So you have free antigen testing. You can test yourself every day. It's like a pregnancy test, and you can do it at home. But this really helps people who are mobile, like truck drivers, sports people, you know, or teachers teaching in schools. You know? So this, in the last few slides, I want to just share that in the month of July, there's been an increase in Africa, the Eastern Mediterranean, Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Western Pacific because of social mobility of people. So we need to increase vaccine uptake and appropriate use of public health and social measures. Just a slide from my university where they produced a university-built ventilator in response to COVID-19. Yeah? Again, now in the last few slides, women in political decision-making. Currently, as of 2020, we only have 6.2 women as heads of government, 21% of women around the world are women ministers, health ministers, 24%, but finance ministers, only 30%. And this becomes a problem because everything requires finances and a budget. Seats held by women in national parliament is about 25%, but in local government is higher. Now, in the last 12 months, intimate partner violence or domestic violence has increased by 17.8%. But here I would like to share the story of the impact of COVID on women working in universities. So we have had a huge impact in Australia. And I can send some of this information to you, and especially some of these reports that are there. So in 2020, 58% of the casual workforce in Australia in the universities was women. And we had 40,000 job losses at the university level across Australia. And out of that, 61% were women. So this is how much women were impacted. So this flow-on impact is profound because it compromises some of the important gains women have made. And in the longer term, significantly diminishes superannuation's savings. We had a poverty report. Unfortunately, in one of the richest countries in the world, like Australia, women over 55 years are increasingly the face of homelessness. And women retire with 42% less superannuation than men, a product of unpaid care marriage, breakdown, unequal pay, economic burden of domestic and family violence. So all of this impacts women significantly. And we had our census just last month. And in this census, the government put in millions of dollars for the time used survey. And maybe Vibhuti, I'll talk to you at another time about this survey, because this captures unpaid work by women that women do, and this time use survey is an important feature, and it was incorporated this time into the census, Australian census. So, we trust. A nurse practitioner from the United States says, you trust us giving us your chemotherapy and helping you manage uncomfortable side effects. You trust us bringing new babies into the world, providing comfort to your loved ones when they are dying. So trust us when we say, get vaccinated, it can save your life, because there are still the 25% plus people in the world who are anti-vaxxers or vaccine complicit. And we have an opportunity to ensure that one of the legacies of this pandemic is the steadfast commitment to promoting health equity, health in all policies, and investment in the social and cultural determinants of health. And I always like to share this because we have 3 young women in the world. We have Greta Thunberg from Sweden, who's fighting for climate change. We have Malala Yousafzai living in the UK, originally from Pakistan, who's fighting for education. And we have Grace Tame from Australia. She was made Australian Term of the Year. In her teenage years, she was a victim of sexual abuse by a teacher, and she fought against that, and she's fighting against that at the age of 26 to prevent sexual abuse in the workplace. And here I would like to say is, Women in Global Health started in 2016 as a mechanism to bring a global lens or a gender lens to global health and promote equality. So we launched our chapter in Australia just 6 weeks ago. And I'm on the Global Gender Equality in Health Leadership Committee here. And I think it is a good opportunity. It is a doctor from the United States, a young female doctor, Rupika Dutt. She's actually of Indian origin, who lives in the United States, who started the Women in Global Health initiative. It's a free initiative. And I think it would be good to actually have something like that even in India. And finally, just to talk a little bit about the Sustainable Development Goals, we have now 9 years to meet, or less than 9 years, because we are towards the end of 2021. So about 8 years to meet the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. And one thing that is there is, are we going to achieve this? And how can we work in partnership as a global community of people for the planet to work towards peace and prosperity? So finally, now more than ever, we need a healthier world. We need a safer world, a fairer world, and stronger global agencies, and we can't do this without working with each other. Yeah? So there is no way forward but together. So thank you very much, and I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Jaya Dantas, for providing a global perspective of COVID-19 and how it affected the population in different parts of the world. The detailed information on vaccines, multiple COVID-19 treatment currently in use, the variants of COVID were truly informative. And as you rightly pointed out, masking and the need to dispel the myths of vaccination is the need of the hour, and it will help us in our journey to be COVID-free. Thank you so much. It was really wonderful to know that you were a part, you began your journey at SNDT, and it is really very thrilled to see such a powerful and inspiring figure in front of us. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And it's now my privilege to introduce the second speaker of the session, Professor Brynel D'Souza. Professor Brynel D'Souza is Chairman, Center for Health and Mental Health, School of Social Work, Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Her areas of expertise are public health, health rights, marginalization and health activism. She directed projects at the state and national level in collaboration with UNAIDS, UNDP, USAID, the National AIDS Control Organization, Ministry of Welfare, and the Global Fund to fight against AIDS, TB, and malaria, Geneva. Brynel D'Souza has been temporary advisor to the World Health Organization, Geneva, at a consultation on gender-based violence and HIV/AIDS, and represented India at the World Bank, Washington, DC, in a consultation on health systems strengthening. Ms. Brynel also has a rich experience in humanitarian work. She worked in Sri Lanka on psychosocial care during the tsunami in 2004. She's also worked in Gujarat during the Bhuj earthquake and the Godhra riots. She's very closely involved in rehabilitation work after the Mumbai riots in 1993. This year too, as soon as the lockdown response to respond to the various challenges faced by the Brynel D'Souza is deeply engaged with issues of secularism, communal harmony, interreligious dialogue, and gender justice. Also a joint coordinator of the Maharashtra chapter of If We Do Not Rise, a network of more than 600 plus women's organizations, LGBTQI groups, and human rights networks that have come together to struggle for justice, democracy, and secularism. Ms. Brynel is currently a member of the State Mentoring Committee, Community Action for Health under the State Health Mission, Government of Maharashtra, and a member of the National Coordinating Committee, Jan Swasthya Abhiyan, India. An absolute honor to have you with us, ma'am. It's over to you, Professor Brynel D'Souza.
Yeah, can I have screen share, please?
Yes.
Do I have screen share option?
Yes, you have.
Okay, I'll do that. You can see the presentation, no?
Yes, it's clear, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just release this. Yeah. So I want to begin by thanking the Internal Quality Assurance Cell and the Women Development Cell of Shri M.D. Shah Mahila College for organizing this important conference and inviting me to speak. I'm happy, to be here today and to share my experiences and reflections, and on healthcare workers, primarily. The contribution of women healthcare workers, and I'm going to focus, while I do some context setting, I'm going to focus on the ASHAs, okay, who are community health workers and who have played a phenomenal role in India's healthcare system and in improving, a number of indicators in relation to maternal mortality, infant mortality, child mortality, in improving uptake with regards to immunization and institutional deliveries. So I'm basically going to talk about them, and I'm going to contextualize their experiences and their vulnerabilities with what's happening within the healthcare system today in the country. So I will begin my presentation. I will just go to. Okay, so as we all know that health and auxiliary workers have been at the forefront of the COVID-19 response. I mean, we've seen it all over the world. We've clapped for them. We've called them COVID warriors. But what I also want to say is that the last 1.5 years, or since the pandemic has broken out globally, this period has also been an extremely traumatic and testing period for them, as for all of us. And while they have been applauded as heroes or heroines by patients and politicians, this has not really translated into policies that address their rights and needs. And they have been extremely vulnerable because they face a double risk of infection, one from the workplace, the other through families and communities. They have faced stigma and discrimination, hostility, and even violence, especially in the early phases of the pandemic. And they have seen a surge in workload affecting their physical and mental well-being. And have also experienced lack of social protection, loss of wages. Of course, the last point, the lack of social protection, loss of wages, lack of maternity benefits is not something that happened during the pandemic. I mean, there are larger processes, macro level processes of privatization and commercialization, contractualization, which have also been, these processes have also been responsible for the lack of social protection and loss of wages. And I just also wanted that while we talk about health and auxiliary workers, auxiliary workers basically include laboratory and other technicians, workers involved in long-term care, sanitation workers, ward attendants, administrative, security, catering and cleaning staff, pharmacists, ambulance drivers, mortuary workers, carers providing home care and home nursing, and many other categories of workers. And many of these are often not included in definitions of frontline health workers. And this is something we need to really critically review and revisit. Okay, now, if you look at the, WHO CRF data of, this is Jan 2021, 2021 that I could get my hands on. It basically says in the first 3 months of the pandemic, health worker infections slightly exceeded 10% of reported cases. And as the previous speaker also said, that as the pandemic stabilized, these cases, of course, declined to less than 5% by early June 2020 to approximately 2.5% by September 2020. Now, but one needs to see this in relation to what percentage of the population represent, healthcare workers represent. So while healthcare workers represent less than 2% of the population in most low to middle income countries, one saw, so a 10% infection rate of healthcare workers is something to be deeply worried and concerned about. 5% is also something to be deeply worried and concerned about. And in some countries, this percentage of healthcare workers who were infected, was as high as 35% in the initial months of the pandemic. Now, all this data reveals a certain story or a narrative which we also need to look at. So this is not only about the strain and the stress that that arose from the pandemic, but there are also other macro level factors that have contributed to these kinds of vulnerabilities. And a recent estimate by Amnesty International, they say that at least 17,000 healthcare workers have died globally. Now, when you come to India, there's always a challenge of getting data. And, so the IMA the IMA website speaks about 1,492 doctors of modern medicine who have sacrificed their lives. And it was interesting because, so they were basically making this point because there was, due to some policy initiatives by the government to involve Ayush specialists in a bigger way within the healthcare system. So they were basically trying to tell, the IMA was basically trying to say that it is 14,000, not 14,000, sorry, 1,492 doctors of modern medicine who had sacrificed their lives. By modern medicine, they were basically referring to allopaths. Okay. Now, nurses, this is the data I got from Swati. She says, as of June 11, about 124 nurses have died. And Ashas, again, this was, this data was shared in Parliament, I think during the budget session. No, this is before the budget session. This was in response to a query. About 44 Ashas have died. And but as you see, there's no data is maintained by government of India on sanitation workers who have died due to health and safety hazards related to cleaning hospitals and medical waste during the novel coronavirus disease pandemic. And this is what Ramdas Athavale, Union Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, said in the Rajya Sabha on, in September 16 last year. Now, these deaths, of healthcare workers, the infections and the deaths, one has to see them both from a personal standpoint and also from a, community standpoint, and also from a health system standpoint. So at a very personal level, they are tragedies for individuals, families, and colleagues. Many of us, including myself, have had loved ones who have died of COVID, and we know the trauma that we went through. It's also an existential crisis for healthcare workers and for local and national health infrastructures. These infections and deaths, along with many other things that happen with regards to access to healthcare, have also exposed the fault lines and fissures within healthcare systems. And this is not just in India, but also globally. And what has also come to light is the specific vulnerabilities of health-related professionals or workers at lower levels of the occupational hierarchy. So those who are at lower levels of the occupational hierarchy have faced greater vulnerability and greater risk. And these vulnerabilities, as we all know, and what the previous speaker was also alluding to, are compounded by and I'm talking about here, I am referring to the Indian context. So these vulnerabilities get compounded by the intersections of gender, caste, class, in the Indian context, ethnicity also, and in the West, again, race, migration status, all of immigration status, all of this play an important role. And the COVID-19 infections and death among healthcare workers also have exposed the precarious and contractual nature of work that has emerged over the decades, and especially with regards to the auxiliary workforce for whom, for which we really don't have too much of data. We really don't know how many sanitation workers have died, how many mortuary workers have died, because as you go lower down in the occupational hierarchy, and we know that medicine is very, very deeply hierarchical, you know, people get more and more invisibilized. Now, the pandemic has exposed the crisis within India's healthcare system. And while I'm referring to the Indian context now, I would say that the pandemic has basically exposed the crisis within healthcare systems across the world. Okay, I mean, and as Dr. Kafil Khan, I mean, many of you may or may not know Kafil Khan. He was the doctor who had, you know, saved those babies in Muzaffarnagar, but he really couldn't prevent other deaths from happening, and he was finally victimized for taking you know, a stand and a position. So what he has to say, I mean, I thought this quote by him was very apt. He says the coronavirus has not made the health system collapse. It has exposed the already collapsed health system. Okay, so we basically saw what did we see when the pandemic broke out in India? Okay, we saw an overburdened, overwhelmed public health system on the brink of collapse, and basically due to decades of neglect and inadequate funding. We saw the private sector close shop to begin with and then come back because they saw an opportunity, a business opportunity to profiteer. And I'm not saying that this applies to every private institution, but you know, from our own experience, from our own work, from the documentation that we've done and research, we speak on behalf of most of you know, a large section of the private sector, you know, who has been guilty of profiteering. And you also see, you know, the shambolic rural health system was also exposed. I mean, basically, the rural health system has always grappled with non-functional and understaffed facilities where healthcare access is really an issue. And this, you know, as the pandemic spread to rural areas, this really compounded and, you know, exacerbated the sufferings of people who couldn't get timely, you know, access to healthcare and affordable access to healthcare. You know, we've seen substantial shortage of healthcare workers, equipment, essential medicines, and also the private sector was largely having a field day, and because the private sector is one of the most unregulated in the world, the Indian private sector, and very poor oversight and regulation of the private sector. Now, but you know, so this basically has is not something, you know, it was like all of this was waiting to happen, and all of this has been waiting to happen for some time now. So as we say, you know, the pandemic has only exposed the fault lines and fissures of healthcare systems globally and in India. And as I say here, when we look at neoliberal policies that have happened since the 90s, okay, and of course, India's, you know, the weakening of India's healthcare system really happened after the first 2 decades of independence, when the first 2 decades of, you know, was really seen as a golden era in public health in India. But you know, soon after we went, our healthcare system got very fragmented. You know, vertical programming became the norm. There was an obsession with family planning, cutback in funding, you know, for public, you know, for public health. And we've seen increased privatization and corporatization happening. And this crisis within the health system, okay, and many countries in the developing world exacerbated since the first phase of market reforms under the structural adjustment program of the late 80s and early 90s. Okay, and most of the aforementioned changes experienced, you know, by healthcare workers. And I mean, when I mean aforementioned changes, I'm talking about what I've talked about earlier, such as precarious and contractual work, lack of social protection, lack of maternity benefits, poor wages, increased workload, are linked to elements introduced in public services by neoliberal policies, and health is a public service, or at least should be considered a public service. And as we know that these policies were pushed by international organizations such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Okay, by insisting that governments should limit expenditure on social protection mechanisms, including healthcare, the promoters, the World Bank and the IMF, have basically ensured that pre-existing social inequities become more pronounced and the impact of and impact the quality of life of most people in the world. Okay, now what has been some of the impact of these neoliberal policies on healthcare? As we see that neoliberal policies have impacted healthcare in many significant ways. One is in terms of caps on public employment, leading to staff shortages. Okay, then salary cuts, increased privatization and commercialization of health services. And this means increased, privatization and commercialization means increased contractualization and insecurity, in terms of work conditions. Okay, de-standardization and informalization of work, including the expansion of less regulated or volunteer workers. So you see a greater push towards and an expansion towards less regulated or volunteer workers. Okay, for example, it was in 2000, and of course, India always had a community health workers, but it was in 2005, and I can't go too much into the history, but in 2005, with the National Health Mission, that the ASHA program was conceived, and the ASHAs are supposed to be women from the community, people who are very intimately linked with their community, who will, who are volunteers and who will take, basically, facilitate access, engage in health education, within their communities. And you also see the concept of sanitation workers becoming volunteers under, after the Hyderabad model, taking after the Hyderabad model. I think that was in the 90s or late 90s, where today's a lot of sanitation work that is happening in Bombay. The sanitation work is contracted out to NGOs, and these NGOs are often political parties. And they appoint volunteers, so the sanitary workers, sanitation workers, who are supposed to play such a critical role in maintaining hygiene in civic care of the city, are now relegated to volunteers, so that worker status is being increasingly taken care or taken away. Now, all these elements have contributed to a general worsening of working conditions in healthcare, and a particularly strong, and this is particularly particularly strong. The impact is particularly strong in the lower levels of hierarchy, of health-related professions or workers. Now, if you look at, and if you're paying attention to some of the or if you're reading newspaper reports on healthcare workers who are on strike, there are a few concerns which are common and similar. One is healthcare institutions and clinics are understaffed, staff is overworked, their work is undervalued and underpaid, and the quality of healthcare is unsatisfactory for health workers as well as for patients. And because this conference is about women and the role of women, we all, and something which again the previous speaker has spoken about, is that globally the share of women in health and social care workforce is as high as 70%. But they are clustered in the lowest rungs of healthcare workers' hierarchy. So obviously, if women are in the lowest rungs of healthcare workers' hierarchy, which is, work which is underpaid, undervalued, contractual. There's increasing informalization of such work. Women are going to be very deeply impacted, and one can see that in India also. And I'm sure Swati will also be talking about some of these things. Therefore, the risks both during and before the pandemic were not equally distributed. I mean, okay, and while the structural drivers of inequality make them more vulnerable and push them into more precarious and exploitative work, the outcomes and conditions of their work become drivers for further inequalities. So I'm now speaking about, women in particular. Now, I just want to also talk about the care economy, okay, because a lot of work that happens, the care economy is a key dimension of the global economy, but is extremely undervalued. So what do we mean by care work and care economy? I mean, Nandita was talking about, earlier when we were all informally chatting. So care work and care economy is a system that consists of activities and relationships involved in meeting the physical, emotional, and psychological aspects of care. I mean, this system, the care economy remains an integral but undervalued component of economies all over the world. And care extractivism. So what you're seeing is basically an increasing, with neoliberal policies, with privatization, with corporatization, you're seeing care extractivism deepening. And what do we mean by care extractivism? We are talking about strategies and mechanisms which pursue the persistent low social and monetary acknowledgement of healthcare work. And also within healthcare work, there is certain work which is invisibilized, which is undervalued. The work of nurses, the work of other auxiliary workers, such as laboratory technicians, mortuary workers, cleaners, attendants, okay? And this notion of extractivism, when we're talking about care extractivism, we are basically talking about an intensified commodification and exploitation of the resource labor, okay, for the purpose of managing crisis situations without burdening the state or health industry with additional cost and responsibilities. So you're basically extracting, because you're commodifying this labor, and you're trying to extract as maximum as you can, and because without burdening the state or health industry, because both are concerned. One is concerned about profits and the other is concerned about financial resources. Now, India's, for example, India's rural health provision, and in India's rural health provision, voluntarism subsidizes welfareism. You have the entire ASHA program is based on the concept of voluntarism. In private and public hospitals, hierarchization and contractualization of employment deepen care extraction. Okay, you have stereotyping of nurses as naturally female. Caste norms and various stigma also reinforce the low valuation of care work. And these, you see, so what we are basically seeing is how neoliberal policies are merging with patriarchal structures of social reproduction and intensifying care extraction and creating a cheap care workforce. Okay, and what the only sign of hope is that this workforce is no longer docile, because we are seeing a lot of resistance. Okay, so as you see here, where nurses had come out to protest, they said more than praise, we need a raise. You see ASHA workers, protesting. Now I'm talking about community health workers. Okay, so and I'm basically going to refer to the ASHAs. I'll begin with a broad introduction. but I will go more specifically talk about the experience of ASHA. So you see, in the context of community health workers, what we are essentially seeing is a naturalizing of gender inequities in care work to where and the exploitation of the most vulnerable. So we praise their efforts, but we are naturalizing gender inequities and we are exploiting women's labor. So this deepening, the deepening privatization, corporatization, and neoliberalization of the care economy, okay, has led to a reliance on the lowest end of the health hierarchy, and the majority of whom are women. So the lowest end of the health hierarchy basically comprises of women. Okay, many countries, especially low and middle income countries, have established community health worker programs over the last couple of decades. In fact, WHO, had said that community health workers should be members of communities where they work, should be selected by the communities, should be answerable to the communities for their activities, should be supported by the health system, but not necessarily a part of its organization, and have a shorter training than professional workers. The community health worker was considered to be a very, very, very important in achieving comprehensive primary health care. And from comprehensive primary health care was first defined in the Alma Ata Declaration of 1978. And the early 2000s actually saw a revival of community health programs globally, especially I'm talking about the developing world. Because in the preceding decades, the global south especially had faced the onslaught of structural adjustment programs, which really created a havoc on public health systems, increasing shortages in human resources for health due to reduced public health expenditure. And the World Health Report of 2007 especially highlighted the need for community health workers to fill the gap in human resource shortages through task shifting, particularly in the context of the HIV/AIDS pandemic. Now, in the developing world, okay, and I think in many parts of the world, community health workers are predominantly women from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. And they are considered as volunteers and are often paid irregular salaries, stipends, and incentives. And health policies tend to naturalize community health workers' work as women's work, consistent with patriarchal gender norms, okay, obscuring and diminishing their status as workers and healthcare professionals in the process. So we are looking at is as women's work, as voluntary work, and so we are obscuring and diminishing their status as workers and healthcare professionals. And I et al., this is an undated publication, basically argue that the renewed interest in the community health worker programs is dominated by the neoliberal ideology, which characterized labor of CHVs as either free or lowly paid, and they are made to substitute a neglected and underfunded public health system. So we are not saying that community health volunteers workers do not have a role. I think they have a very critical role. It talks about community ownership. It talks about demedicalizing healthcare. But we're also saying that these women, the work of these women must be recognized as work and not as volunteerism. And they should be remunerated accordingly and paid accordingly. Okay, now the ASHA is in India. We have about 1 million ASHAs, okay, about 10 lakhs who are part of the National Health Mission. And these ASHAs are positioned as volunteers as per national policy and are given a task-based meager incentives. They have a very critical role to play in the healthcare system. The reduction, they have played a critical role, as I said earlier, in maternal mortality, infant mortality, child mortality, uptake of immunization, and institutional deliveries. And during the pandemic, they carried out critical tasks such as door-to-door surveillance, quarantine, tracking, providing relief measures, public health awareness, often without proper training on COVID-19, its symptoms or methods of protection. And they have very low performance-based incentives and rewards. So the amounts vary from state to state, but they earn about 3,000 or less a month for tasks that may take about 4 to 7 hours a day. This is what, this should have been in inverted commas, sorry. For COVID prevention, training, and vaccination, this, some of the ASHAs told us that we are paid 1,000 a month, and this work takes an average of 5 hours every day. These rates are essentially an affront to standards of minimum wages, and it's nothing short of exploitation. And in many states, even these meager incentives and honorariums do not come on time, even prior to the pandemic and even during the pandemic. And let's not forget that many of the ASHAs, or most of the ASHAs, maybe more than 90%, come from vulnerable backgrounds. Okay, and their families have also been deeply impacted by lockdown, by economic, loss, livelihood loss. So not being paid on time and yet being, carrying out their activities and being at risk is something which is deeply, deeply concerning and problematic. In the case of non-attendance due to COVID infection or other disease, payment is deducted, and service is automatically considered terminated if absence is more than 3 months. So one can imagine what the pregnant ASHA must go through. Now, in the context of the pandemic, ASHAs have persistently complained of shortage of PPEs and sanitizers. I know when JSA Mumbai filed its first petition, we had included the issue of ASHAs because they were not getting access to PPEs, because in the medical hierarchy, doctors and then nurses were getting, first doctors, the nurses also had to struggle. And as you go down, down the occupational hierarchy, getting access to PPEs was almost impossible in the early times. Many ASHAs reported that they have to buy these materials on their own with no reimbursement. Okay, and their working hours also extended to 10 to 12 hours per day because of additional tasks, due to data collection and online entry. And another major concern is that many of the work orders are given orally, because of which remuneration is later on denied, as there is no record of the work order. And they're asked to carry on work even on Sundays and government holidays, and a large number of vacancies in the appointment of ASHA workers, okay, which is overburdening this tiny and valiant workforce. And some of India's hardest hit COVID-19 districts in 2020 had the most number of ASHA vacancies, ranging from 83% vacancy in Jalgaon, Maharashtra, to 64% in Mumbai and 20% in Indore. Okay. Now, and despite being frontline workers in the public health system, they do not enjoy given benefits under labor law, such as leaves and maternity benefits. Since they are not included as employees of the government, they are not given the benefits of central schemes or social security. No basis for, there is absolutely no basis for denying ASHA's benefits that regular female employees are entitled to. And, ASHAs were assured an insurance under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan package, but most of them have not got any benefits or have not even been enrolled. And as I said earlier, these women are coming from vulnerable backgrounds, and their families are also severely affected by lockdowns and curfews, and they're basically coming from poor families, and therefore they see this while contributing. They look at their work as a contribution to their communities, but also has some source of livelihood. Okay. And therefore, the ASHAs must be provided with rights and legal protection. They must be treated as regular employees enjoying a dignified wage, health, and workplace benefits. They must be, they have been demanding, okay, adequate protection, just remuneration, and formalization. However, we are also living in a larger context of informalization of labor, privatization and contractualization, okay, of labor, and where you're also seeing amendments of 2 labor laws, okay? And it's becoming increasingly difficult to organize and unionize, and easier for employers to hire and fire. So those who are in extremely precarious and contractual work find it very, very difficult to raise their voices because of the deep insecurities they face. And many CHWs, the world in other countries, and also the ASHAs, have been facing repression by governments for demanding their rights. I mean, recently we've heard stories about police filing reports filed against, protesting ASHAs in Delhi. Now, the ASHAs recently wrote to the Prime Minister, making the following demands. So that one is that wages be fixed at a minimum of 18,000. Then, that every work and task assigned to an ASHA must be in writing and officially recorded. That every ASHA must be given adequate training. They must also have access to necessary medicines so that they can serve their communities better. And, they need to have thermal guns, oximeters, face shields. That ASHA, making as ASHA work without adequate PPE must be considered as a criminal offense. They've written asking for 26 weeks leave during pregnancy under the Maternity Benefits Act, that they should get government holidays and weekly holidays. And, so some of these, and they also want an additional 10,000 per month as a risk allowance till the period of lockdowns and restrictions, continue, that they be assured of, a hospital bed and healthcare when they themselves fall ill. And also that recognizing their contribution to the well-being of India's women and children and their fight against COVID-19. The government of India should regularize their work and appoint them as government employees. This will give them the much required social security and help them to avail many benefits of government schemes. And my last slide is, what are some of the recommendations? So we need to look at it's not sufficient for us to just limit our understanding of healthcare workers to the pandemic and look at the pandemic as a special situation in which that contributed to a crisis. We need to look at it from from a broader macro, from a broader political economy perspective, to understand what has been happening to the healthcare system, and also education, which we all know, and other public services, in India and other parts of the developing world, and how that is basically shaping and influencing policy, and also creating an expanded workforce of people who are in contractual positions or as volunteers, and who are facing great insecurity in terms of their work conditions, and in terms of social protection, work conditions, wages, and and as we said earlier, majority of them, the ones a majority of them are women. Okay, so my recommendations would be that we recognize the importance of public services, including the health sector. We must push government to restore and increase public health investments. We must ensure adequate wages, social protection to health workers. We must prioritize training, formalization of positions and contracts, and promote and protect the right to unionization, collective bargaining, and workers' participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brunel D'Souza, for your valuable inputs about the healthcare system and how it's in a crisis world, and also about the health workers who were so vulnerable during the pandemic, with further complications with gender, caste, class, ethnicity, and unheard voices about the sanitation workers. Your insights on care economy, which is so integral and yet so undervalued, are so crucial and important in building an egalitarian society. Let us hope that the demands of ASHA are also met and satisfied. Thank you so much, Professor Brynel D'Souza, for a very comprehensive session. And our next and third speaker for the day is Dr. Swati Sawant Rani. Dr. Swati is the founder CEO of Seva Shakti Healthcare Consultancy, Mumbai, and founder vice president of Clinical Nursing Research Society, Rajasthan. Dr. Swati is a seasoned international public and private healthcare strategist, leader, advisor, teacher, well-being coach, and entrepreneur with 20 years of executive and on-field experience. Health activist who believes that learning never ends. Dr. Swati is also a super specialty hospital facility planner who has planned more than 1,500 beds, 50 operation theaters, 2 tertiary care, 3 secondary care, and 3 renovation and expansion of hospitals on REITs, BMC, etc. Dr. Swati is manager operations of world-class Apollo clinics and Saifi super specialty hospitals. We welcome you, ma'am. It's over to you, Dr. Swati Rani.
Thank you, Sheena ma'am. Thank you so much. I am not currently working as a manager. I am completely now as a healthcare activist working for past 2 years with COVID. Can I share my slides now?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, late.
Have you pressed the green button, Dr. Swati?
Yes. Are my slides visible?
Yes, it's visible. I mean, we cannot see the slides.
We cannot see the slides, but you have started screen sharing.
Yes, Dr. Swati, it's visible.
Is it seen? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, my heartfelt gratitude to all the members of organizing committee at Shri M.D. Shah Mahila College of Arts and Commerce. I thank Dr. Deepa Sharma, Dr. Vibhuti Patel, Dr. Seena Paul, Srimati Shubha Acharya, Srimati Geeta Patil, and Dr. Tamasa Acharya for giving me this opportunity. And I also thank all the audience and the speakers who are there with me today. So with the background of the health and social workforce, Brynel has already helped me to take forward the session. So most of the things I won't repeat what already Brynel has done. So we all know that globally, we are 70% women in both health and social care workforce. And we are already taking care of 5 billion people. Okay, but it is important to understand that though we are there, but there is a gap of 28% gender pay gap, which is still there. And even in good countries, we can see this, which are quite developed. Then we have to understand by 2030, we will require around 40 million new jobs. Okay? And we all know that these 40 million will be taken care by women. And because 70% we are already managing, women are managing already 70% of it. So here is a big challenge which we all policy makers or researchers and public health specialists, we have to understand this thing very clearly, that this is a requirement which is not going to end. So we have to be very strong about this. Already we are shortfalling around 18 million healthcare workers, okay, in low income and middle income groups to achieve SGD and universal healthcare coverage. So now if that gap and the requirement of new jobs, then the amount is too high, okay, but how much amount of care or how much amount of research work or how much amount of work needs to be done is not being seen, okay, because it is again a woman's care. I mean, because it is a women's related issue. That's what my analysis is. So despite of progress, women remain largely segregated into lower status and lower paid jobs in health and are subject to discrimination in some contexts and are under constant threat of violence. Global health is delivered by women, but it is led by men. And that is neither fair nor smart. And this was seen in WHO's report in 2019. So we have to understand the problem. So mapping is very important. So global health and care, which is again delivered by women and led by men, we see a lot of issues which we have already seen in the whole series of these 2 days. Gender leadership gaps are driven by stereotypes, discrimination, power imbalance, and privilege. Women's disadvantage intersects with and is multiplied by other identities such as race, age, hegemonies, hierarchies, and class. Global health is weakened by excluding female talent, ideas, and knowledge. Women leaders often expand the health agenda, strengthening the health for all. Gender leadership gaps in healthcare, a barrier to reaching the SDG and UHC groups. So if you really see our representation in the global level, we can see that at the lowest rung, you can see nurses and long-term workers. We are 91%. But how many are there in the decision-making? We are hardly 25% in the senior roles, and in the top roles, we are 7.5%, which we have seen in the previous speakers. Also, they have shown similar type of percentages. And when we come to India, we can see the role of women in advancement of healthcare. Women constitute 75% of healthcare workforce. Okay, yet they occupy only 25% of leadership positions globally. Now, here, if you see, as per the report, nurses and ANMs are 88%. Okay, and as Brynel rightly said, that we have so many ASHAs, that is 1 million ASHA TAI workers are there. But these people are at frontline, but are they seen in the decision-making levels? Okay, what we see in the COVID task force is only doctors, which are again male. Women doctors are negligible. So again, there is a patriarchal mindset, which is very well seen. So if we are not there in the decision-making, who is going to ask us about problems? The same thing has happened with sanitation workers, which we understood yesterday from Pragya, that again, sanitation workers are completely ignored. Their work is completely invisible. So here, what we have seen that the National Commission for Safai Karmacharis, which is a non-statutory body, it is limited. It has a limited scope, okay, because it is a commission. It cannot even approach to the Supreme Court to fight for these people. So the chairperson of the National Commission for Safai Karmacharis, M. Venkatesan, said that despite of high number of deaths among the Safai Karmacharis due to COVID, the state have not come up to a uniform policy for the welfare of these workers. So much of invisibility is starkly seen in the current situation. Even we have seen the deaths in Tamil Nadu, Delhi, but there is no way that they can even approach there is no system where they can approach. And at the union level, the minister, Mr. Athawale, he's very clearly saying that we don't have a system even to have the data. So data is only not maintained. From where will they give all the requirement benefits to these karmacharis? So at this level, if the data is not maintained, their work is invisible. And now more important is that most of the healthcare again is private. So if in the private, what they are contract workers. So if these contract workers are again at the mercy of the contractors, and again the contractors are not so great recruiters or so great companies which will have healthy work environment policies for these people. So again, because they are coming from a poor class background, socially and economically both, so they don't know even their rights. And mostly what we have seen during COVID, these people were not even trained about what is COVID, what is infection. They were not even given PPE kits. They were not even given proper gloves and masks. So N95 was not given to these people. So most of them, they used to go back to their houses, and this is how the spread of COVID has increased, but they were not even eligible to get the proper treatment also. And being women, they have ignored their health a lot. So what I have understood is that healthcare, again, we have to redefine who are the healthcare workers. So after seeing so many literature and also hearing to the speakers, what we have understood that healthcare has reached at a different paradigm shift. Okay, and we are missing many groups of people who are giving direct healthcare. Okay, and which are not even added in the government listing. Okay, so who are the healthcare workers as per the report of the of CBH 2019 and the Council of Health Professionals? These are the only doctors, dental practitioners, Ayush practitioners, nurses, ANMs, pharmacists, and physiotherapists. I couldn't even see ASHA workers. Okay, so ASHA workers are missing, home health caregivers are missing, sanitary workers are missing, even the administrative staff is missing, engineering staffs are missing. So if these people are missing from the actual data, how are their problems going to come forward? So I think we have to literally sit and redefine the categories and redefine who is actually the healthcare worker. If you see the gender distribution of healthcare workers, you can see that there is a lot of skewed data because data is not gathered properly. We can see that nurses are female because it is a female dominated profession. We have more females in the nursing. But again, I was very surprised because in one of the literature I saw that there are more female doctors. But here when I saw in this data, the male doctors are more. So how are we collecting the data? Who is collecting the data? Who is the doctor? Whether it is only the MBBS or the allopathic doctor who is being considered, or there are other doctors who are practicing are considered. What is the qualification level of a nurse, a doctor, a dental practitioner, a healthcare workforce? So all these things, I think we need a redefinition. And all these things, if it is not properly put, then we will be in a big problem. Because women again constitute a significant proportion of the healthcare force globally. However, the concentration of women in low profile jobs within the healthcare sector and the related gender inequalities has been serious concern, particularly in low and middle income countries. Again, India is part of it. So profiling of healthcare workers by age and gender helps us understanding the gender issues of the healthcare workforce. And women healthcare professionals are not again participating in the labor market. So many of home healthcare givers are not existing anymore. So again, what we have to understand is that gender inequalities are systems inefficiencies that contribute to the clogged healthcare workers' educational pipelines, recruitments, bottlenecks, attrition, and workers' maldistribution in formal and non-formal healthcare workforces. So it has implicated in a wide variety of healthcare workforces consideration. So what we have to understand here is that, again, there are so much of hierarchies. The structure and the concentrations are not proper. Again, this healthcare worker is having a problem because in most of the cases, there is a lot of gender discrimination. So the client-provider interaction, much of the gender discrimination that appears to take place is almost unconscious, which again reflects on the norms of the society in which both the healthcare worker and the patients are based. So gender discrimination that appears to place is almost unconscious, again reflecting on the norms of the society in which both healthcare worker and the patients are based. So what we need here is gender sensitization trainings are required in healthcare workers, especially the doctors, the nurses, because this doesn't exist. They themselves don't know what are their rights. Okay, so the female composition of the work, particularly at the primary level, or the experiences of female nurses, community health nurses, home carers, including the unpaid, underpaid, unsupported, and disproportionately female workforces that often constitute the informal care of the economy. So after seeing these problems, there are all these issues that how will we recruit? Because again, in recruitment itself, there are so many bottlenecks. Okay, so there are differences in wages, disparities in the safety knowledge, which we have seen during COVID. Then again, the healthcare workers' mobility is an issue if she's a female. Especially we have seen this in the nurses, that if they are married, it is a very big issue and they are paying through their noses in the system as brides. 1 lakh, almost they pay the highest amount is 1.5 lakh, which a nurse has paid to stay in one place. So all these things are again gender-based, and the systems are not helping the nurses. So again, I'll be taking more part of the nursing. Brynel has covered ASHAs. So what we are seeing here is that the overall discrimination is there and the stereotypes is there. And that is very much rampantly seen in the nursing sector. Because 80% of the caregiver or the nurses are females, okay, and midwives are females. But their existence in the task force or the decision making, they don't exist. So globally, women's absence from COVID task forces will perpetuate the gender divide as per UNDP and UN Women's reports. Again, what we have seen here is that women were at high risk because they are poorer and they had lack of information and resources, which we have seen mostly in the female workers who are ayabais or who were at the level of sanitary workers who were cleaning toilets. So they were not even told what is COVID, what care they have to take after going home, how they have to stay, or nor were they provided any good staying facilities initially. So this is again, we can see that how India undermines the role of nurses in healthcare system. We have seen n number of strikes by the nurses, not only in India, but it is seen globally. Because again, nursing is a female-dominated profession and females are not taken seriously, which we have already seen. And again, after doing so much of strikes, they are not still getting their rights. Now, the worst part is that after this COVID centers, which have come in various places in Maharashtra, the contract staff has increased. So the contractual nurses, ANMs, okay, and the other healthcare workers are being brought by the contractors who himself is not well educated or is not a good recruiter. And he is a known crony of any of the political parties, and they take certain contracts from the government, but they don't pay to these nurses or the ANMs. So initially what we saw was in Mumbai, they were paying 50,000 rupees to a nurse for 8 hours of jobs. And this recruitment was done through BMC nursing office. But later on what they did, when they understood that they can get cheap labor, they brought in the system of contracts. And now BMC has given all the contract of recruitment of the healthcare workers to these contractors, and they pay to the contractors. So from 50,000 now, the payment of a nurse has come to 30,000. So at the end of the day, the loss is for the healthcare worker or the frontliner who is taking care of the patient because of the system problem. Nurses, again, have seen these issues not only in Maharashtra, but all over India. And this is also happening in the government departments like NHM also. There also, they are not being paid well. There is no increase in their salary. Whatever they have promised them, they are not giving. Most of the issues, what you can see here, you can see in this photograph, a nurse has fainted because she is wearing a PPE kit. She is wearing around 3 to 4 masks because initially they were asked to wear that because N95 were not available. And even the workload was high. So this was the state that is the working condition or the work environment in which the nurses were working. So if this type of working conditions are given to the nurses, how will they actually take care of the patients? That is a big patient safety hazard. In Maharashtra, GSM Mumbai had done a lot of activism. We brought in all the stakeholders of the nursing unions, nursing associations. Even we brought in together many other societies of nurses together because they have unions of municipal corporations, government unions, and private unions. So we all came together and we wrote a letter to Chief Minister. We wrote 2 letters. Both the letters were acknowledged, but unfortunately, we were never called for the meeting. We had asked the then IS officer, Mr. Pardesi, that kindly include nurses in the task force because 80% of your work force is women, okay, and 50% of the work is done by the nurses. So if they are not going to bring this 50% on the table to take decisions and to understand their problems, their 50% problems is not solved. And the same thing happened. In most of the cases, there were a lot of goof-ups of the patient care. There were many wrong medications given, poor care was there, mortality rate was high, where the nurses were not treated properly. So this is a big public hazard if we don't have proper nursing care. We also did a study with Sathi, and in that again we found that 76% nurses were overworked, and most of these nurses were from the private hospitals, where the private hospitals were demanding work from them, charging the patients very high, but not giving proper work facilities. They were asked to wash the PPE kits and use. The N95 masks were not given to them. The leaves were not given to them. Their hours were extended. Most of them who were above 50 had diabetes and asthma and blood pressure, but they were asked to work. And all these things has brought a level where we have seen the death rate in the second wave have increased. In the first wave, 62 deaths were there in 8 months of time, from May 2020 to December 2021. In the second wave, we have lost 62 nurses within 3 months. And these 62 nurses are mostly below the age of 40. And we are not sure whether they have been given proper vaccination. 2 doses of vaccination are given or not. So this is the after effects, we can say, if the nurses are not being So we all know that there is a shortage of nurses, okay, and the doctors also. So according to the 15th Finance Commission report, the shortage of the trained nurses is more, which we understand, okay, and there are various factors like they have been given less professional status, so we are not getting more nurses. The salaries of a nurse is as low as 10,000 to 12,000, which even a driver who is not even literate, he gets around 20,000. Okay, and a nurse gets 12,000 rupees for 8 hours of duty. Okay, there is no political will to increase the amount of nurses' wages in private sector. The government sector and the BMC sector pays well to the nurses who are their employees. But if these people take the people on contract, again the salary goes down to 30,000. Okay, so this is a big nuisance which is going on in the private sector, and there is no hold. The governance is very poor, and this is going to create lots and lots of problems. Plus, there is a issue of violence, which many of the nurses have seen, and because of this violence, many of the nurses are undergoing mental health issues, and which is again affecting having an impact on the patient safety and the quality of the care. So, in the study conducted by a think tank, Health Parliament, in association with the Disease Management Association of India, it was clearly established that nursing as a profession is facing crisis of perception, relevance, and existence. So you can see that 75% of nurses, they said that they are bound to leave the profession due to low pay and overwork. And this we have seen because, again, every recruiter is hunting for nurses. From JSA, we used to get calls from the hospital administrators that we want nurses, and you can send anybody who can. The level had come to this, that any nurse who can just give medications and give oxygen to the patient. We don't want her to be having a proper qualification, or we don't even want her to have a registration, which is illegal and unethical. But we have seen these type of girls working in the COVID centers. And then when the cases came down, these girls were literally thrown out without giving any notice period. And they used to cry and come to us that our salaries are not coming, we are not getting the jobs. And this was because the contractor who was recruiting them was again, what you can say, there was a nexus that the COVID centers were again not taken care by the government. The government had given it to the private people. So the whole privatization has impacted badly on the nurses, and which has again taken a big toll on the patient safety and quality of the care, which is again it is a public hazard, I can say. On further extrapolation, they found that 30% of nurses face some kind of abuse in their nursing career. This included abuse from patients, patient attendants, workplaces, seniors, doctors, and administrators. So many of them have also complained to us during counseling sessions that the doctors and the hospital administration have demanded wrong things from them. So all the participants expressed a lack of system in place to address the abuse. There is no system, there is no grievance cell in any of the hospitals or in any of the government places, or not even in the system of healthcare in any of the states. So nurses have to face these problems, and even they are threatened if they are writing a report against somebody. So the whole mismanagement is throwing away the nurses from their profession, and we are again going to have a lot of big crisis in the nursing profession. Then we can see a lot of defamatory articles were published during this coronavirus. This is one of the article in Marathi where there was a complete bad character assassination of the nurses and the nursing profession, which again is keeping the nurses away. So in India, nursing as a profession gets caught in hierarchy where doctors are considered superior to the nurses. This was stated by one of our good friends, Anant Ban. And this is which is very much known to all of us. So in Maharashtra, what we are seeing is that in July 2021, they have announced 3-month course training for nurses. A nurse is trained, a qualified nurse is trained for 3 years. And here they are giving the course of training for the nurses in 3 months. Okay, and they are going to train 20,000 youths into nursing and paramedical care. So what type of patient care will we get, and how much of mortality rate will increase, and who is going to be responsible for the deaths and the morbidities because of these system flaws, that we have to understand. The similar thing is seen under Allied Health Bill, which is passed, that they are taking people and giving them short-term band-aids type of trainings as a nursing assistant. 2 weeks training. The heights was one of the minister. She said that nursing training can be given within 3 days. You don't require 3 years. So this is the type of unclarity of knowledge our decision makers have about nursing. our own late Kamla Bhasin, she has quite well mentioned that capitalism and cheap labor go hand in hand. Unfortunately, women are the cheapest labor, both in home and outside. And this is what I feel is happening in healthcare also, where nurses, ASHA workers, or sanitary workers who are females are going through because they are cheap labor. A stopgap arrangement which is made, okay, by the government, they are bringing in unskilled labor on contract and they are hiring untrained professionals for limited period of time, just till the demand is there. Payments are reduced, no contracts are signed on paper. So all these recruitments which these contractors are doing, it is on verbal note only. They cannot, they don't have any papers. So this type of thing is there because nursing and the nurses are coming from very socially low socioeconomic areas and they are marginalized. This is a very well pick which I got from George Asha and her other colleague study, where the violence of female health workers is very well depicted. And here we have to understand that gender inequalities, gender bias, and gender power relations are the key issues which are there. And now all these things are under the iceberg because we don't have any data. We don't give them any protective measures. The work environment is so less. The pay is less. There is unpaid labor. There is no recognition for these nurses' work, and there is lack of space and opportunity. And all these things are leading for the migration of nurses to the countries like UK, US, and Gulf. So tackling gender power relation is key to ensure the safety and well-being of healthcare workers and the ability to deliver quality healthcare. That's what Asha George and her colleagues say. So overall, how can we help this system? So they have broken the whole thing into 3 areas, the solutions, where they are saying that we have to understand that the first, what we have to do is that we have to first is building an understanding of shared nature of the problem, which is critical. So violence against female healthcare workers are all women-related issues. And we have to understand also that this is going to have an impact on the healthcare workers. Okay, so the healthcare work environment, both physical and management related healthcare work environment, we have to study it very well, and we have to understand that what are their requirements, and accordingly we have to make the policy level changes, and we'll have to reframe everything accordingly with the gender lens. Second is the associations, that is the professional associations of the nurses, their societies, NGOs, civic societies, regulatory bodies, they all should come together and they have to support. Even the countries where the private healthcare is more, the chief of nursing, okay, who is heading the departments, they have to come together and support, and they have to create a leadership. And we have to create capacity building where the gender imbalances and the advocacy for the nursing betterment has to be done, which is the most important thing. So there are many professional associations, and we are getting a lot of international work which is done on nursing. But at the local level, we don't see anything happening. So finally, we must empower women in the healthcare workforce to find their voice and participate in this coordinated action. Actually, 2020 was the nurses' year, but now also we have the 2021 as the International Year for the Health and Healthcare Workers. And we have to understand that Florence Nightingale herself was a very empowered lady. And definitely, if she has gone up to the level of creating hospitals, creating policies, I think even our nurses can do. We have to take the help of ILO and other organizations to help the nurses. And we have to come together and promote good health of nurses. After the nurses, we come to the doctors. doctors are also in unsafe environments. When recently, when we had some interactions with the young doctors, they told me that they are carrying knives in their bags when they go on duties because they never know when the patient will harm them. So this was the most scary thing I have heard from a doctor, that a doctor is scared of the patients. And this is true because the violence against the doctors has increased a lot and we have lost the doctors because of this violence. Many of the cases we have seen where the patients have killed the doctors by beating them. The women doctors, what we are seeing, that they are more happy with the telemedicine thing in India, and they are using that thing, and which is helping them to give care. In one of the readings I came across was that in Chennai, 2 female doctors in our hospital, he has written, were beaten by a fruit seller after knowing that they were doctors. A doctor in Chennai who died due to COVID-19 was denied burial for 2 different cemeteries, while his colleagues and family members were attacked by the mob. This inhumane act made the Indian government to effectuate an emergency ordinance for frontline corona workers, under which any person attacking a healthcare worker involved in treating COVID-19 can be jailed up to 7 years. So such type of penalties, when they are coming, the things are reducing, but still the safety of the doctors is not well done because we don't have good security systems in the public health hospitals. So again, these all the support care systems are again on the contract basis, and in this contract basis, because they are not well paid, the person who is doing the work is not up to the mark. So all these things are creating lot of issues among the doctors fraternity also, and most of the doctors who are seniors are not literally going and taking care of the patient. They are sitting back home because they are scared of their own safety. There is a lot of work to be done, and a woman's work is never done, as they say. So still the work is in progress. The next is, I'll just show you a clip where we are now having transgender nurses. So Rasika Raj is the first transgender nurse who is going to be a nurse. So this is also a big chunk which we have not seen in healthcare. These people are quite neglected, and these are the ones who are now coming into healthcare. Now we have transgender doctors like Aksa, who's doing a lot of advocacy work for transgenders. We have now Rasika, who is also a nurse, and recently I met in WPC meeting a transgender ANM. So we are very happy that transgenders are coming in healthcare as healthcare workers, but we are still not prepared to take care of them. I'll just show you the video.
Please unmute yourself, Madam.
Yeah.
Sheena.
Ma'am, 1 second.
Dr. Sina.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, now the session.
Yeah, that is, we'll have to wind up now because the next session is.
Yeah, ma'am, just it is a 1 minute video. I'll just show you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. That was a very nice video. And Rasika, may many more Rasikas come forward.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Swati Rane.
Yeah. I have only last slide, ma'am. I
Okay.
just
And
want
one
to
more?
thank
Yeah,
all
sure,
the
sure.
women healthcare workers, because today in COVID-19, though it is a gendered crisis, among the healthcare workers, 9 are nurses who are females. Out of the 10, 9, again, the aged care workers are females. 9.7 childcare workers are females. 8 teachers are females. So many of women are there, almost 99%, and they deserve a great recognition, fair pay, and respect. And that is what I end my slide with. Thank you so much for giving me the place here and some more time. And I'm thankful to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. On that positive note, once again, we would like to thank Dr. Swati Rane for so effectively highlighting the need for women's representation in decision-making procedure and leadership roles, and the need to redefine the categories and definition of healthcare workers that include grassroots and marginalized sections. The sad plight of nurses and the contractual system of employing them is really deplorable, and gender bias and gender power relations need to be erased and done away with. Thank you so much. I will just, if there are any questions, I would like the participants to kindly post them in the chat box. Yes, there are time constraints, but if we could just quickly get maybe one question if anyone wishes to ask from the panelists or the attendees. It has been a very worthwhile session and people are quite contented and satisfied. So should we go ahead, since it's already 3:30 and we have to Sina Paul, Geeta ma'am, what do we suggest?
I think we should now switch on to the next session because already it is 3:30. I'll just see whether Dr. Vani, Veena Vaswani has joined. Just give me 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Sheena and Brunel and Swati, Dr. Swati. I'm going to head home. I'm still at work and it's after 6 o'clock in the evening at work. So I'm going to head home and then I'll try to log on. Yeah.
And just to tell you, madam, that we have WGH in India. Rupa Dutt is also taking care of it.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I mean, it's in some ways quite good to see all the work that you are doing, but it's some ways confronting that you still have so much to do in terms of contractual work or in terms of.
Have you joined, ma'am?
Of
yes,
you know, like say the nurses union or contract.
You can join
how
now,
they are
treated because the session is
over
and we
is problematic. Yeah.
Okay,
I feel somehow COVID has made things regress in some ways, because it's 2021 and things should have progressed because there is that capacity in India, but somehow there are limitations and challenges too. So we'll keep the collaboration going. I will be in touch with Vibhuti and Sina and with you all, and happy for you all to reach out also, Brunel and Swati.
Thank you so much.
We have shared that report, which was released yesterday evening.
Yes, I saw that. I haven't downloaded it.
Yes,
I'll do that when I go home, Vibhuti. Yeah.
Thank you, Vibhuti ma'am.
18 months of work, they all have done.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
So
okay, bye. Bye, everyone.
On behalf of Shri MD.
Bye, madam.
Bye.
I thank all our 3 erudite scholars, Professor Jaya Dantas, Professor Brunel D'Souza, and Dr. Swati Sawant, who have so succinctly expressed their insights and perspectives on the role of women health workers in fighting COVID-19. I thank all our participants and viewers of the session today. Thank you one and all. We will now proceed with the valedictory session. So it's over to Dr. Tamsa Acharya.
Thank you, Sheena.
so many interesting lessons learned and so many yet to be learned. The conference has managed to highlight how much still remains to be done at different levels. Many years from now, studies on this pandemic will surely place on record the wonderful work done by our resource persons, paper presenters, and maybe the depth of knowledge shared in this conference too. The moment has arrived for the valedictory, and so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the valedictory function. On behalf of my college, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you from different parts of India and the world, not to mention the time zones. We are indeed excited to have you with us. It is a pleasure. The interesting and informative deliberations yesterday and today have highlighted many concerns concerning COVID, creating awareness and understanding, but also the uncomfortable truth that whether we like it or not, it is some time before we hear the last word about this pandemic. It has really been an honor and privilege to host these illustrious speakers, 11 of them, the paper presenters, 10 of them, and listen to their discussions. I now invite the Degree College in charge, Srimati Shubha Acharya, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, Shubha.
Thank you, Tamsa. I'm sure these 2 days have been truly fruitful in terms of fulfilling the objectives of the conference, which I read out right in the beginning of our conference yesterday, of highlighting not only the role played by women in controlling the pandemic, but also engaging everyone in understanding the need for recognizing the work done by women. And when I say work, it will be in bold letters, it will be within inverted commas. Touching upon as many aspects around the given topic, the inputs that each expert and resource person has given, the deliberations and discussions it has generated is unmeasurable, meticulous, factual, and full of experiences. I would thank each one of them immensely. As I move on to welcoming the chief guest of the valedictory program, a warm welcome to Dr. Veena Vaswani, who also comes from Yenapoe University at Derlakatte, Mangalore. We have heard of the magnitude of work in the area of COVID care that this institute has done. And I'm sure she has been an equal partner in this work. Welcome, ma'am. And Dr. Vibhuti Patel, ma'am, what can I say? Just that your presence and support goes a long way from the birth of this conference to how it has realized till now. Thank you so much, ma'am. I welcome you once again to this concluding session. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ranjana Mishra, whose erudite presence is heartwarming.
Unmute, Shubha, unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. I welcome each one of you on behalf of Principal Dr. Deepa Sharma, who's a little caught up with some administrative work, which is quite pressing. And with a warm welcome to all of you, I hand over to Dr. Tamasa Acharya.
Thank you, Shubha. We now move to a detailed summary of whatever has happened. And I now invite our IQAC chairperson, coordinator, Dr. Seena Paul, to give a summary of the conference. Over to you, Seena.
Thank you, Tamsha. This has been 2 days. Now I'm here to make a small presentation of what happened in the last 2 days. In the last 2 days, we heard 2 acclaimed speakers. Out of that, one speaker we are going to hear in the next few minutes, Dr. Veena Vaswani is going to join us in next 10 minutes. And we heard 12 research papers. Now, our journey of 2 days started with the inaugural session, wherein we heard 3 stalwarts, which included Dr. Mohanbhai Patel, Dr. Vibhuti Patel, Dr. Ravi Vaswani. Now, Dr. Mohanbhai Patel, in his exposition, he noted how women political leaders were able to control pandemic far better than their male counterparts. He focused the story of New Zealand and other European countries. Then we heard Dr. Ravi Vaswani, who narrated how Yanapa Medical College handled the COVID pandemic and what learning the medical community made from the COVID pandemic situation. Next, we were joined by Dr. Vibhuti Patel, who highlighted the role of women in controlling pandemic. The first session was on the role of women in governance. The speakers during the session was Dr. Mrudul Epin, who narrated the success story of Kerala in controlling pandemic. In the next session, the story of frontline essential service providers was taken and how frontline essential workers were able to control the pandemic was discussed. In this session, we had 2 speakers. First speaker, Professor Roxana from Romania, and we had our own toilet lady, Pragya Akhilesh. Professor Roxana mainly focused on how women educators in Europe and America were struggling with various issues dealing with time and space management, work-life balance, public versus private care work. The second speaker was Pragya Akhilesh, who in depth spoke us about the plight of the manual scavengers, who are among the least cared section of our society. In this session, we also heard the first-hand experience of sanitation worker leaders. The second day, that is today, we had 2 sessions. The first session, we spoke on women as unpaid caregivers in the family. The acclaimed speakers in this session was Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan, Dr. Nandita Mondal, and Dr. Vibhuti Patel. Dr. Geeta highlighted the lack of recognition of women workers as caregivers, which undermined their work and created obstacles in the path towards gender equality. Dr. Nandita Mondal spoke on the need of quantitative and qualitative studies to provide deeper understanding of caregivers. Then we had our own Dr. Vibhuti Patel, who spoke on the importance of unpaid domestic workers and and the value as paid work. On the second day, there was a last session. What we heard was on the role of women health workers in fighting COVID-19. The speakers in the session was Professor Jaya Dantas, Professor Brynel D'Souza, and Dr. Swati Rani. Professor Jaya Dantas discussed how Australia handled the COVID pandemic. Dr. Brynel D'Souza narrated the experience of ASHA workers and how they handled COVID pandemic. Dr. Swati Rani spoke in depth the experiences of the nursing community during pandemic. In the last few slides, she also spoke how doctors were suffering during COVID pandemic. In total, 12 papers were read out by research scholars, which range from role of women as health workers in COVID pandemic to the role of women leaders in managing the growth of enterprise during COVID. Thank you. Kamsha, I hand it over to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Seena. We do have our guest with us already. Yeah, I can see. Veena, Dr. Veena, will you please confirm? Dr. Veena?
Yeah, I've just joined in. I'm sorry, I got a bit.
Write your name. Write your name.
Sure, I'll do that. Yeah. I'll write.
In the meantime, ma'am, I'll just introduce you.
Sure.
Behind me is infinite power. Before me, infinite possibilities. Around me, endless opportunities. Well, these are not my words, but this is exactly what Dr. Veena Vaswani, with a charming smile and sprightly appearance, feels. At present, she holds the position of Director, Center for Ethics, Yenepoya University, the university we have been hearing so much about, and Professor and Head, Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, Yenepoya Medical College. Her PhD is from Dublin City University, and she also has a master's in bioethics, along with PG diploma in medical law and ethics. She has also completed another diploma, or this is in torture medicine, which is something I found very interesting. And she has also completed her PG diploma in human rights law. All these qualifications have led her to introduce very interesting and highly popular courses in her own university now. She's the sub-editor of 2 handbooks of forensic medicine and has multiple achievements, out of which one I would definitely like to state is that she was awarded the Best Teacher Award in 2018 by Yenepoya University. She was also part of the Global Health Network COVID-19 response and attended meetings with the social science working group that wrote the protocol Mental Health and Psychosocial Wellbeing of Healthcare Workers during COVID-19, a mixed method study. Over to you, a warm welcome from our college, madam, and over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I get the screen? Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. So, I would like to place on record my gratitude for giving me an opportunity to interact. I bring nothing new which is not said before, but I'm going to crystallize the experience, what we see more in the admin, more as a clinician, more as a forensic people with dead bodies, and as a lady to the core. So what I have felt through, an experience that is coming through me, I'm putting before you, but at the same time, I do not claim anything new that is being brought to the discussion. So talking of female health workers in COVID-19, it's one of the most profound terms. I call it an umbrella term. An umbrella term because it does not include the words put together female and health worker, but the concept goes much beyond that to cover a whole concept of people who have gone through troubles, who have taken troubles, who have put their life into the front line to get what is there for something for others' benefit. So this term would mean a health worker. But again, the most important challenge is who is a health worker. It has a very broad spectrum, not alone doctors and nurses. We would be doing gross injustice many a times when we are honoring doctors and nurses. In the same breath, we are also ignoring a lot whose services have been called upon, we have utilized and benefited, but they are not recognized. So this is the beginning of my slide where I feel the term health worker is still expanding and we are still counting, we are not completed with defining. Why? Why have we not defined? Why can't we say these people are health workers? We cannot say that because our public health systems has a lot to offer. Because we have not offered as a standby arrangement, we are going to the level of society at the lowest level to get the most enthusiastic people to come in and we train them into community health workers or into ASHA workers or at different levels. It's good that we're employing them. It's good that we are bringing them into service. At the same time, what needs to be done is give it a structure. Give it a recognition and give it an idea that the health workers include an all-inclusive term encompassing those key players like hospital, like clinicians, like nurses, but also the critical players who are important, including the supply chain, who come and give us and collect the sanitary waste during that time, which is called literally a biological waste, which needs to be done. But all of them who are working at that time in COVID-19 have put their life on the threshold. So that is where I think we need to rethink about people who have really worked on frontline, and then especially more so in relation to women. Because it has resulted, the COVID-19 has impacted women all over generally, but as frontline workers specifically, because it has furthered the widening gender gap through a long-term health and economic impact. If we thought we were making some progress over years, again we find we have taken one step forward and 4 steps backwards. There is a huge impact on the economy. It is not just felt today, but it's going to reverberate in the decade to come, unless we do something now. Besides immunity and medical reason for which help women tide over COVID-19 condition, but the economic crisis, the jobs in the unorganized sectors, these are not the things that has helped women, but they have rather pulled them down. Many people say, in fact, we have a lot of meetings where people say, it's not only the ladies, even gents are equally affected. But my question is, gents are affected from the mortality point of view. The deaths have been definitely more. But even with those deaths, the impact on those survivors have come back to ladies. A single mother who has to look after this child, who cannot leave the house because there is no child care. So this is how it has enormously impacted ladies. So the most unorganized sector jobs, especially at the lower rung, are also by the economically underprivileged and disadvantaged by caste. So when they have come in to take up most of the jobs, we have thrust most of the COVID responsibilities on them. House to house visit, surveillance, quarantine, name any work and it is done by them. But for them, they too have to have their hearth going in the morning. They too have to bring something on the table, but the payments have been very far apart and they have been very much, I mean, it is still wanting the way they have been compensated for. More women lost out on jobs that did not have telecommunicating facility, because for men, they could afford to have that, but for some of the women, they needed to be there at that spot, like a travel front desk or like in a bar, tending a bar and so on. So, and moreover, the fact that women earn less compared to men. Like about 75% compared to men, whereas in US it's about 85%. And especially hardest hit, the frontline workers are also who were single mothers. They had lost someone in the family, a person who was taking care of the child or the husband, and now literally on the brink, losing a job as well because they're not attending calls, they're not going for work. But nobody thinks that how should we best see that their interests are upheld. So this was the frontline worker's life, but there is no respite for the weary. Lack of domestic health, childcare, carer for the bedridden aged family, pushed into the household chore, and then lack of internet connectivity and mobile phones, children drawn from schools. Coping with those children whose energies are high level, space is so less, and a very crowded household. Homes becoming dens of violence right in front of your eyes, but you can do nothing because of the rising anxiety and dropping economy. So the mental and physical issues in the pandemic. Again, like there is no time to rest, one had to go on, but this also had to be borne. The lockdown resulted in people getting grounded at home. But at the same time, the physical burden of even the frontline workers increased. Cooking for growing and grown-up children, the snacks, the food, something that they wanted, and to get that going out in market. in those hours where you are allowed to go to market. And sometimes you're delayed and then get beaten up by the police. Increase in cleaning, washing, laundry, and balancing of children's online classes with demands for work from home. So there was such a big challenge, and the lady of the house had to bear it. It was like a never ending business, a complete burnout, and a prolonged stressful state. This is something we need to look at. Are we putting something in place right now to stop it from expanding and bursting at a later date as a post-traumatic stress? Because many a times, I also say this from my experience in forensic, because my PhD was on disasters and it was the ethics of forensic. We have a lot of ethics for living, but then I was also discussing what is the ethics of dead in disasters. To what extent is their dignity upheld or met, and so on. So when we are talking of it, and I was interviewing about 25 forensic experts, so together I've covered about 400 disasters. The most important thing that came to the fore was those who worked in disasters. At that point, they felt exhausted. But there was one particular incident I recall where a person says that he always comes close to breakdown because that was his family out there and he could not leave the hospital. Bodies kept coming and coming and coming. He had to look after the bodies, and he kept getting calls that your son is out there, nobody has rescued him, you need to go there. So the way he felt helpless, he said, and today that is why we say the post-traumatic stress, you need to treat that much before it becomes a huge problem. So this is something we cannot brush it under the carpet. And then came the challenge of a frontline worker with physical, mental, including reproductive health issues. Most of them had to deal with long hours in the PPE kits. You got one PPE kit if you are lucky. And then you had to go to the loo. And sometimes you didn't have access to sanitary napkins. And that was a very stressful condition, worsening access to menstrual hygiene. And at home front, it was no good because you had a teenage daughter or something, but the budget cut resulted in sanitary napkins being cut, not brought, because it was not top on the priority list. When you have a meager means, then the rice bags, the cereals come on top of the list. The menstrual, especially for menstrual hygiene, the pads go somewhere down the rung of the ladder in the requirements. So nobody would think of it because there'd be just one girl. There are about 7, 8 other hungry houses, other people to feed. So that is why rise in number of teenage pregnancies also, and unwanted pregnancies and unwanted marriages. It was like they were forced into it because they would have one more mouth less to feed. And secondly, who knows when it's going to end? So the kind of uncertainty that made people take hasty decisions. While there were unwanted pregnancies, we cannot ignore the fact that the usual services for abortion, of delivery, did not come in power because they were literally like, you matter if you have COVID. If you have anything else, you just don't matter now at this point. And especially when we had these boundaries blocked, we have a lot of patients coming from Kasaragod, from Kerala to Karnataka. We welcome them, usually, because it's nice that they come, they take treatment, they have a good word. But now with the political nexus of closing in the border, they're so close to us, but then there is a gate. You cannot come here. And they are the patients whose history is with us. We have known them, and they have to go to somebody in emergency who does not even give a thorough checkup. And so this became a very boiling situation across the border. In fact, our university, Yanepaya, decided to give renal dialysis machines. They sent some machines from across the border and made an establishment where some of the doctors who were from local, they would do the dialysis at least. Because we didn't have to say that, okay, you come from that side, so we cannot do anything for you. Because in times like this, cannot is a difficult word. Because you could be there Your mom could be there, anybody could be there. And the healthcare is not in seeing a patient, but seeing a person in the other. Levinas, one of the French philosophers, very beautifully said, when you see the face of a stranger, who do you see? If you see him as another person, you're going to ill-treat, mistreat, and you're going to look down upon, discriminate, and stigmatize. But if you see that person as a part of me, then you would say, okay, we need to do something. And that is empathy. Empathy is getting down into the thoughts of another and try to understand what they are going through without bringing into the political and the other intersectional variants that cause them to magnify. If there is one answer how we can connect, and that answer we should like to get it. I think women did a wonderful job in times like this. They went through a lot of these troubles. They went the troubled household with their little head worried at night about the next morning, how to go to work. Some were even beaten up. In fact, we were number of times stopped because they would not believe, they would believe me as an autopsy surgeon, they would not believe the driver who came to drop me. So it's like, then you don't call them essential, but how would a person get to work if there are no public transport? So that is how we need to rethink, should there be another way, God forbid, or for the sake of preparation? How are we going to look at it in 6 months down the line? Or is it going to be another knee-jerk reaction, do whatever we can with a patch job? So I think programs like this are very, very helpful, where we look into the minor aspects, how we can remedy it. This is not for calling anybody names, not for calling government a name, but to see how best we as citizens can summate our energies to have an action plan that resounds, so that next time there is a need, we have something in the waiting so we can use it. So that is why more than half the women could not decide what to do with their bodies when they were pregnant, when they wanted to deliver. The hospitals they could not get. Many hospitals turned away the women in labor, saying, no, not here, but I know you registered here, but now we are totally COVID hospital, you have to go somewhere else. So was this a thought of action? Is this going to play out like this even in the years to come? Should this be how we should be acting? Or is there a better way, having gone through this and learned a lesson? Because burden of pandemic, let's face it, disproportionately affected the women in workforce. Lack of PPE, access to medications, for self. In fact, what they were earning, little bit, it wasn't much, was going towards their PPE, and which they would not change. Many a time they wore it twice, thrice, 4 times. In fact, my husband uses it today, washing it for up to 3 days, the face mask. There is some limit of where you need to do it. So even accessing workplace, it becomes, yeah, you any disturbance you'd like me to wrap up? Am I running out of time?
No, madam, carry on.
Okay, I just thought maybe I've got a time warning, because like a professor, if you give a good audience, then unless you make an alarming sound, they just go on and on. So it's good that if time is over, do let me know, Vibhuti ma'am. So accessing, okay. So even accessing workplace was due to public transport was bad. Many of them got beaten up on their way to work because people look at healthcarers as doctors and nurses. They don't look at somebody who is not very well turned out physically, that they could matter in the giving healthcare, that it's essential service. And similarly, lack of child support, resulting in long hours of mothers doing the work, even from home or from work, who could not attend to the children, but they did not have any other support available. And this is one thing I would like to say, when we talk of care, it's more of a burden only to females, a caregiving burden. Especially when you're giving care for others, you still are not absolved of the care when you come home. You have ailing parent or grandparents or someone who requires care, and that needs to be looked after. And that needed, which caused the extra burnout. If only the house helps were also into picture, the child health plans, the child care plans were in place, then they would have been a little easier. Especially married, disabled geriatric women. So it's across health carers or even women for that matter. If even in the age group of 85, she is herself the carer as long as she is walking, as long as she's talking. So she doesn't get rest and cared by others. So there's so much neglect, even in fact, whether it is a healthcare or research of anything, including vaccination on transgender people, for the aging population, for that matter. Stigma in the context of intersectionality of gender discrimination. Stigma that followed being positive because they were not even given residences, houses to stay. They were asked to vacate the houses because they would bring COVID to the community. So the participation in the healthcare meant that this family has to be ostracized. Of course, some were very good and kind. Some got a good welcome, but somebody had a very raw end of the deal. I would like to bring in the intersectionality here, where multiple factors that influence a person in a multidimensional understanding the identity. Me as a lady, but me as also a forensic person, but me as also a person of ridicule, because when the bodies are not delivered on time in disasters. So me, the one whose mortuary gets thrown by stones because the bodies don't move out fast. But there is a method to do it. But at the same time, we have different identities. And that identity should be of more advantage, but not every identity putting us to more and more disadvantage. And in many of the times, with economically weaker communities, with caste-wise differentiated communities, each of the job, it adds to more and more discrimination and stigma rather than having a beneficial effect. So in COVID-19, more than 1 million frontline workers who work from India were from low income as well as caste-wise disadvantaged females. But at the same time, they had a problem with the housing, they had a problem accommodating for their children and caring for the others. So the most affected lot were these people, ASHA workers, the health workers, and then the reliance, because it was placed on them that they would do everything, house to house visit. And mostly they were women, because in the care community, there are women who do it. Instead of 5 to 6, they were working around 12 hours a day. And with all the shortage and the kids and things like that. So they were abused, targeted, ill-treated. But throughout this while, they did not have a good redressal mechanism. They had to put up with police harassment. And while doctors, nurses got a lot of credit for what we did, the ASHA workers, auxiliary carers, and those taking care, not directly involved with touching the patient, but they were making the hospital tidy, were not given any credence, even though they had COVID and they lost their lives. So there was applause across the globe for female frontline workers. But I would say that is not enough. Applause does not get you food. It does not protect your job. What they require even now is there should not be any wage cut or a job loss. There should be supplementary services available so that they can look after their jobs. So the applause should translate into better working condition and a stronger health systems. And also during pandemic, one thing we all now have to be aware of if we were not before, and I think we did err on believing every WhatsApp to be true, as though it comes from the great WhatsApp University. And we all became overnight graduates of WhatsApp University, peddling the same messages, super spreaders and whatnot. That caused such great divide in the already, you could say, with a fissure fracture running across the wall, this widened the gap, the communal mistrust between people. It was peddling only because of the WhatsApps that were made and circulated. So I would like to say in the end that all over the world, women are the primary caregivers. In spite of suffering illness, malignancy, mental illness, whatever, they're there in the forefront. Role strain occurred and it continues to occur when they have to fulfill different roles. And I would say the one who does best is always at a disadvantage because people expect that of them. It is not that they can take some rest. They would look and say, oh, last time she did so well, this time she's not doing so well. So the human concession is not given to the best. In fact, they're expected to be there. So the role conflict occurs when a person finds himself unable to fulfill these roles. And when you don't fulfill your own role, you start getting fatigue, depression, anxiety. You start falling in your own eyes. You start getting into a depression. But we need to tell ourselves we are not machines. We're human beings. We have work, we have anxiety. As much as we love to work, we should also learn to rest and relax. So this is more observed in female caregivers who go take the burden of the entire family, sometimes even the locality. Caregiving of women is highly undervalued. It is highly undervalued, and so we need to think what is the mechanism in place, because this undervalued care is giving rise to more and more inequity. It is taken for granted. The number of hours a woman works at home, unpaid hours, are not calculated, and she doesn't take credit, but rather said, oh, she's at home, she doesn't earn. So this is something we need to look at and hold our heads high, that we have done well, but we need to look at how we are going to keep our wellness coming. I'm not talking only health, because it would be only biomedical way of all my readings are normal, my blood is normal. But at the end of the day, at 5 o'clock, I start feeling fatigued, then I'm not well. So wellness is different from lack of health, and we all must work towards building our wellness quotient. At the end of the day, we are not as smiling as the way we started. Then there is a battery mechanism that we need to charge to keep ourselves mentally composed, mentally stable, and it should stop from breaking us down. So the mechanism in place to have few hours of rest and recreation, including for the elderly, including for ourselves, to one at home, because without that, there is going to be an anxiety. Much of the time we notice we are not even able to talk to others because we are in a great haste. We got to do things. But the question is, at the end of the day, there should be some goodwill where we need to rest. So although we have done a tremendously good job in the front line, we should not underestimate the fact that we need to be well, mentally well, we need to work towards it. So this was about Global Equity Forum. So that was a very wonderful job generation equity. The question is, how are we going to bring in equity unless we stand together, we trust each other, and we seize the moment? Because we need to work at bridging that gap. Now, I was so impressed by your college where we just started an education for girls. Because this is, when it started, it must have been like, what are they doing? And today we say, wow, they have come a long way. Because I think this Taliban Minister of Higher Education should take example from your college. How to teach women. Now they are deciding they will allow women to enter colleges and schools. But does it even look like they would allow? Because not even a female would be there, not even a woman would be there to say what is required when they have to access the education. So I think you guys have done a fantastic work, because it's mere dedication that has brought you here. So you have seized the opportunity, like in Mandela's words, the dictate of history, to bring to the fore the kind of leaders who seize the moment, who cohere the wishes of aspirations of the oppressed. I'm sure that when your college was started, it literally became a candle light in the darkness where women could come and access education. So for that, I have a great regard and continue. And my thanks are due to Sri M.D. Shah, Mahila College of Arts and Commerce, for their 53 years of unstinted support, empowering girls through education, to their IQAC and WDC division of M.D. Shah College, and also to Dr. Vibhuti Patel and all the participants who are given a very patient hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It has been truly a pleasure, ma'am, listening to you. Your very empathetic way of recognizing that, yes, caregivers should be really looked at differently. The truth in your talk about the frontline workers was heart-touching, ma'am. It really brought that out very well. Let us hope a valid action plan can be evolved. And we really need it. We really need to look, and that look has to be very different, ma'am. Thank you once
Absolutely.
again.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
wonderful opportunity given to. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We now move over to, again, another very interesting, what should I say, a very erudite and a very, a colossus, I should say, our next speaker, who has been a very important part of this program, helping us to build it together, as they say, brick by brick. She has already been introduced twice, but her exhaustive and brilliant CV reads like a dream. And Vibhuti ma'am, may I say that one feels so envious reading it. I always feel whenever I hear you in public forums, that how do you get the time to do so much, ma'am? You have been with us every second of the way since yesterday, since the inception of this conference. And so over to you for our guest of honor for the talk today, right now in the valedictory. Vibhuti ma'am.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tamsha Acharya. SNDT as my mother institution, it is my duty. Whenever there is a call, I have to be at the back call of the university. So I don't think I'm doing anything extraordinary. I'm just doing my sincere duty for the organization, which has given me so many opportunities in my life. And even after my retirement, I feel so wanted that all of you always involve me in all the important projects. So dear Professor Veena Vaswani, President of the Jan Seva Trust, Dr. Shri Mohan Bhai Patel, Dr. Deepa Sharma, Principal of the college, Dr. Tamsha Acharya, Dr. Subha Acharya, and Dr. Sina Paul, with whom I have been in touch over last 3 months regarding organization of this very important international webinar. And congratulations to all of you with such a power-packed sessions we had right from the very first inaugural session till now. And it was a power of grounded work, power of knowledge, power of analytical vision, and most important power, the empathy that all the speakers, they conveyed in their speeches and in their messages. For past 3 months, we have been meticulously working for this international conference on contribution of women in combating COVID-19 pandemic. And we realized that in 18 months, so many aspects of COVID-19 pandemic were examined, whether it's economic aspect, social impact on the migrant workers, impact on the various types of economic sectors, and psychological trauma with the people faced, even impact on the artistic world. Everything was there, but what we saw was lacking was that everyone thought that all the healthcare services and the public health system, whatever there were, people were, the lots of complaints were there. But who were this invisible labor and who were invisible workers? Because most of the time, even it was the doctors who were applauded, and most of the time male doctors and the specialists and super specialists, they were available only telephonically or on Zoom meeting they had conducted with their staff. But it was basically the nurses and women doctors and resident medical officers in the hospitals who stood by people. And we also saw that when it came to trauma care, even in the survivor, like city like Mumbai had 13 one-stop crisis center situated within the hospital, but they were also managed by the volunteer like counselors and women activists and medical social workers, psychiatric social workers. So by discussing the theme and the concept note, Dr. Sina Paul, luckily for me, she is a trade union leader. She represents teachers union. So she could understand that it is very important to explain labor processes that went behind during the time of pandemic. So it was very spiritually uplifting experience to work with Sina Paul always. Like I have worked with her for more than 2 decades now in SNDT in various capacities in EPG Pathshala courses and even otherwise for anything related to women and work, we always come together. So to arrive at the conceptual framework and the thematic areas, session plans, resource persons who have continued, like we had a continuous conversations over last 18 months, and the most neglected aspects in the pandemic related policy discourses at a national level, even global discourses by WHO and the UN system and various international NGOs, and even at the local level, even if the municipal corporation, because they were the major frontline, state governments and the local self-government bodies, both in the rural and urban areas, they had to face the music. So intervention strategies, most of them have neglected role of women in governance with focus on pandemic control. I wish there were presentation by women corporate. There were so many women corporators who were always there in the field. They transcended to coronaphobia. They were accessible, so much so that when the renowned musician, she passed away, all her family members were in ICU. It was the woman corporator and her son who did the cremation for, she was also a COVID patient, the person who died also. So we have seen such heroic work done by women corporators, women in self-help groups, women who are counselors. So many of them were counseling, telephonic counseling. So many helplines were started by several NGOs and women's organizations, and even the government and police helpline was also started because there was so much of a chaos after the lockdown. The sudden, we were given hardly less than 48 hours of notice to reorganize our life. So women as frontline essential service providers in combating COVID-19, especially women police officers, I think in future, we will try to get them also in such, to share their experiences. What happened to women constables, women teachers who were asked to, all the state government teachers had to do distribution of ration kit. They had to organize lifting of ration from FCI godowns, make the kit and distribute them. So in the rural, urban, peri-urban and tribal areas, it was the government teachers who had this extra duty along with online teaching, and wherever the internet connectivity was not there, they were using all sorts of things like a mega mic from the panchayat office, or they would take the 10 students, sit under the tree and make them sit at the distance of 1.5 meters and all. Even journalists, I think we could have had journalists, and we have journalists who were covering, and more than 58 journalists have already died while covering COVID virus because they themselves became a corona patient. And many of them were women investigative journalists, no? And field-based reporters of television channels. Even the casualty among them is also very high. Some are reported, some are not reported, but it's the journalist union is keeping record of their members, and they also say that the casualty very high. About the doctors and nurses, I think the presentations were excellent. They were very erudite based on the first-hand experience. And as women as unpaid caregivers, also I think we have seen so much of a heroic work that the women have done, because first we talked about the corona centers and COVID centers, then we asked about the home isolation, and when the home isolation happened, the workload of women of the household became extremely unbearable because they had to look after everything, education of children and continuous demands of the family members because everyone was at home, demand for food, demand for healthcare and all. And the heroic contribution of women health workers in fighting like Asha and Anganwadi, that also came out so effectively in Brinal's presentation. The most important aspect in this is that we all have to work together based on these 2 days of deliberations and the facts and testimonies and case studies that have come out. We have to come up with a need for a new human rights protocol for everybody, for the government, for the civil society organizations, for citizens like us, whether it is a vaccine aversion or not wearing masks, what kind of responsible citizenship that is required from each one of us, and what we can tell to our students. No, that's very important. Now, we have mainly been, the most of the people have been consumer of healthcare facilities, or we too have, and we have to understand that we too have duties toward the frontline healthcare workers like teachers and bankers and railway employees, police women, helpline volunteers, counselors, community-based workers, youth volunteers who were involved in distribution of ration kits. We have seen in cities after cities, so many college students university students, they were continuously, nearly for 18 months, they were organizing this thing. People have done the crowdfunding and organized kits. They were distributing sanitary items, menstrual pad, volunteering for the community kitchens which were run all over. And now also in certain places where there is tremendous hunger, community kitchens are still run on the volunteer by the volunteers through sourcing the material as well as financial resources through crowdfunding. And there were many housewives, like in places like Surat and Delhi and all we saw, when the reverse migration happened, so many of them were cooking. They were making 100 chapatis, 60 chapatis, because the food given by municipal corporation, which was so stale, like rice, Gujarati dal and rice, which the migrant workers refused. And there are cities like Surat, where you have 65% migrant workers. So it was the housewives of the city. They said that, okay, they would make North Indian sabji and thick dal and all. So I think that level of sensitivity, the way Dr. Midru Lippan told, that how the Women Health Minister in Kerala saw to it that all these workers who were in Kerala, whether they were from Jharkhand or UP or Rajasthan, 8 states like they had workers, and each one of them had a different kind of food culture, they had a different kind of taste they had, and showing sensitivity to that. And for that, what you need is not only resources. Resources are there, okay? Even FCI go down, 15% of the grains are eaten by rodents. So it is not a question of resources, it's a question of empathy, and it is a question of sensitivity. And that is what the women frontline workers brought in. And I think that we need to celebrate, we need to cherish, and we also weave this into the new human rights protocols that we come up with. The human rights protocols have to be humane. They can't be just in terms of a law and order kind of approach, no? That Lathi, Goli, Bedi, jail. That is the solution. That is not the way. Policing and punitive action, I don't think that ever works. On the contrary, it creates more and more subversion. So I think it's a very learning experience. These 2 days I have been continuously listening to people, to all this thing, because not much has been discussed on these issues. So for me also, it was a great learning. But I really commend all of you, especially the organizing team, and also all 11 panelists who also made studied presentation. No one was talking casually. All of us had really studied hard. We had done a lot of reflection and we spoke. So that responsibility we showed to the team, and I think it's very important because this is going to be in a public domain. So many our students and our teachers, they are going to use the material for generated in this 2-day conference for classroom teaching, for human rights course, for fundamental foundation courses that we have, which is mandatory. So the knowledge resources created by these 2 days of deliberations, I find them of a great value, addition to the existing body of knowledge on the pandemic and the responses of state and non-state actors to such health emergency. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. And it's good to know that the usual way we are already planning the next series of talks which we should have. Like you said, we can involve journalists, we can involve teachers. So
police officers, bankers also had to work. I remember the banker in Andheri, every day she had to buy new PPE kit because she had a baby. Her daughter had delivered a child. And she had to come to the bank where the public transport was not available, and she had to keep bank open every day. So I think they are also frontline workers, and we don't even have data. I think we should ask the Bank Employees Union about the data of COVID and what all happened to them. So I think all frontline workers.
As well as the postal employees too.
All essential, postal employees also.
Postal employees also.
And BST, highest number of deaths in BST were transport workers. The essential services, all essential service workers. I think one after another we can make them interact with our people, with our students and all. That will make us more responsible as citizens, because there is no this magic wand which is giving us all these services. There are human beings working day and night to provide these services to us and make our life more tolerable and more easier, less difficult. Yeah.
And also domestic workers are also needed because they are the ones who are coming from far off, but they are not getting essential service certificate also, but they have to come and they are trying to get some type of other things.
And the dualism of the gated community. At one level, they want to use their labor, but at the same time, they stigmatize them by calling them super spreader. That's what in Ahmedabad, they say no Gujarati woman would do jadu pocha bartan kapdi herself, but at the same time, the domestic workers, when they come, they stigmatize and they say, and as they say that, show us that you are vaccinated. Then the domestic worker retorted back by saying that, show us that you are vaccinated. And the employer got so, they said, the way you are calling me super spreader, but you can also be super spreader, no, if you are not. So, but that inequality is there but there are studies. Seva, Viego, Indian Social Studies Trust, there have been several studies on women domestic workers, and the Domestic Workers Union itself has also commissioned a lot of studies.
Domestic workers have lost a lot of, they have suffered in this entire, because many of them did not get the job back.
40% have not got the job according to Seva. 40% have not. Because people have meanwhile taken robots, no? Alexa, then robot to clean this thing. Then now even for sweeping and swabbing, you don't have to bend, no? And you don't have to even touch this thing. So even those equipments, now middle class houses in Mumbai, I see all of them have those equipments.
The women are at home, and the unpaid caregivers, they are made to cook at home. Previously, their job was done by a domestic worker. Now that has been taken over by the women, because they believe that you are sitting at home, so you are made to do that work.
Yeah. Only robo is used by men of the household. So robo for cleaning, men don't mind using. Yeah. Which now this thing Amazon is providing very quickly.
Yes, ma'am. More voices must be recorded, and I'm sure, ma'am, you will get a place in our college to continue these discussions further.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Vibhuti, ma'am. I now invite Professor Dr. Ranjana Mishra, an illustrious academician, who I can very happily and very proudly say has been with us for over 3 decades. And has done the college proud with her numerous publications, and also by winning the Best Teacher Award from SNDT Women's University, and also from the college. I request her to announce the Best Paper Award. Ranjana? Ranjana, please unmute yourself.
You're mute, Ranjana.
Is it okay now? I'm so sorry, like I got disturbed.
No problem.
So greetings to one and all. It gives me great delight and immense pleasure to share the result of the best research paper presented in last 2 days. Articles were assessed by my colleague, Dr. Vatsala Shukla from RCWS and me. There were altogether 12 papers from different parts of India, and it was appraised on the basis of research methodology, data collection, research designs, limitation of research, findings, analytical approach, and scope of their respective research in future. On the aforesaid parameters, the paper of Archana Patki, Madam Archana Patki, was adjudged as the best paper. So our heartiest congratulations to Ms. Archana Patki, and best wishes to the rest of the presenters for many more quality research paper in future.
Can we see her? Is she there?
Is she there? I have no idea.
No, I don't think so. She's there. No, she's not there.
But her paper was really good because she encompassed all the points and we had good discussion. So it was great experience. And I once again congratulate the team for organizing paper presentation simultaneously.
Archana Patki is present in the Zoom meeting. So I request the technical team to promote her as a panelist.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just doing that.
And while that is being done, I would like to just say that Professor Vibhuti Patel is an encyclopedia in women's studies.
I know. Like on any topic, she's a running encyclopedia. Everywhere you find, whether it is history or political science or anywhere, wherever I go, whether it is Indian History Congress or it is in any, I come to meet her, and it's a thing of great pride for us because she's from SNDT, and very proudly we say also that our Vibhuti Patel ma'am, so
and we have
thank you so
our
much.
Swati Rane ma'am. She is also our LD College of Nursing. She's from there.
And secondly, I would like to also acknowledge Dr. Vaswani. The picture that she put in her presentation of Taliban, educational, the education in Taliban, I'm sorry, in Afghanistan. 5 days from now, we will slip out of this international conference into a national webinar on in India's relation with neighboring countries, right from Pakistan to Sri Lanka, China,
Bhutan, and all those.
Yeah. So what Dr. Vaswani said, that our college is doing in good work in the area of empowering girl students. The intention of that seminar is also something very similar.
Correct. Dr. Archana Patki has joined, so can we ask her? Hello, Professor Archana Patki.
Thank you so much.
Tell us about your paper.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Basically, this was an extension of the PhD study that I was doing. I had taken nursing students as my participants, and I had calculated their resilience scores with an intervention of life skills training program. So this data was there with me. So when MD Shah College announced this conference and Geeta encouraged me to write a paper, I thought I could take this ahead. And since nurses were frontline workers, they had done their duty of 8 hours per day, 6 days a week at the Worli Center. So I thought, let me see what has happened to their resilience. And I was not sure whether it would have increased with the experience or whether it would have decreased. So the data analysis shows, the t-test shows that there has been a decline, and it's been a significant decline. And when we spoke to the nurses, they talked about the difficulties that they faced. And this was not only about the work-related ones, but to reach the work, to manage the house. And also it was very traumatic. Some of them had very small children, and after having done their duties, they could not come and even hug their children. So the fear that they could be carriers and could bring COVID home was there. And some of them actually lost their parents to COVID, but because the parents would want them to get back to their duties, they have returned to the duty immediately on the same day after the burial. So we have very strong women in India, and hats off to all the frontline workers.
So congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. So
was it telephonic interview or you had to pay visit?
Pardon, ma'am?
Yeah, it was based on telephonic interview.
Yes, ma'am. The testing we did, and then we interacted with them on the phone because they were very busy. So some of them could not even participate. So as compared to the earlier sample, some of them could not. They were traumatized also. They were trying to make, somehow ends meet, and they couldn't. And this sample of nurses came from a very vulnerable section. They were all orange ration card holders, and they were all low resilient nurses to start off with. So that has given a lot of scope for further study also to find out how long does the life skills intervention last. And when I came across studies, even at the international level, what can be done to maintain the resilience levels of these frontline workers, health workers. So there have been a lot of good suggestions and measures which I have included in the paper. So that should help us even for policy decisions later.
We should share it with WHO also. Those who are in the committee, I think they should take it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations,
really well.
Archana. As we move now to the very last segment of our valedictory, I wish to sincerely thank over and over again the distinguished resource persons, presenters and participants, and everyone who has worked so diligently to make this conference a success. But let us put on record a formal vote of thanks, and for that, over to Geeta Patil, our think tank and head Department of Psychology, to deliver the formal vote of thanks. Over to you, Geeta.
Thank you, Tamsa. It's my honor to present and propose vote of thanks today for this successful conference for 2 days. It is through gratitude for the present moment that the spiritual dimension of life opens up. So by saying grace, let me attribute gratitude to some special people who made this conference a perfect success story. I begin by extending thanks to Dr. Veena Vaswani for her meticulous analysis of the kind of role that women health workers have delivered in the pandemic. If we are home safe and sound and are thankful for it, let us express thanks to those who make up that home. These lines are directed towards Dr. Vibhuti Patel, who has been with us right from the birth of this conference. Madam, your guidance paved the ways for this conference so meticulously. Very, very important. Each of the sessions have been so full of learning and an eye-opener that they will remain with us as memory. And as is said, gratitude is when memory is stored in the heart and not in the mind. Every movement of this conference will be etched in the hearts of each one of us present here. I extend thanks to all speakers of the first day who initiated the deliberations and enhanced the value of the discourses. I express thankfulness to Dr. Ravi Vaswani for augmenting the conference with his thoughtful and insightful discourse. Dr. Mridul Ippen's analysis of Kerala experience is in controlling the pandemic was a mine of knowledge to many a year. The impact of resulting strategies adopted in universities and educational institutes was an essential focused area in this conference, as also Ms. Pragya Akhilesh's grassroots work approach was an experience in itself. What emerged from the inputs received from Dr. Geeta Balkrishnan, Dr. Nandita Mondal, Dr. Vibhuti Patel makes me say that women are indeed the real COVID warriors in the true sense. The virus also impacted on the mental health factor all over the globe, and its scientific discussion of Professor Jaya Dantas, Professor Brynel D'Souza, and Dr. Swati Savantrani was a lesson to remember for always. Sincere thanks to delegates for an overwhelming response. Thanks to all paper presenters, to all the faculty members from different institutes. Special thanks to our esteemed judges for paper presentation, Dr. Vatsala Shukla and Professor Ranjana Mishra. There are innumerable stars on this premise too, who have put in unstinted efforts to make the conference a reality. My heartfelt thanks to Principal Dr. Deepa Sharma for always encouraging us to live up to the special breed that women are made of. Thanks to Vice Principal, Associate Professor Shubha Acharya for proactive support at every stage of the conference. We cannot be thankful enough to Dr. Mohan Bhai Patel for his eternal blessings of words of enthusiasm in every endeavor that we take up. I thank the team, Dr. Tamasa Acharya, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Kopikar, Ms. Sheena Soman, Ms. Simha Moses, Mr. Amitabh Seth, Ms. Vidyalakshmi Desai for their support. Thanks are due to the technical staff and Dr. Rajesh Chheda for smooth relay of the event without much technical hitches. And to Bhavin Doshi and Ms. Paurali Patil for design support. Sincere thanks to the hosts of the conference, Dr. Seena Paul, IQAC coordinator, and Dr. Tamsa Acharya, convener, Women Development Cell. With these words, I'm signing off with a promise that we will meet again soon for another opportunity of meetings, discussions, and intellectual exchanges. May each one leaves this platform more enlightened and humbled with knowledge. Thank you.
I think the recording can be stopped.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Veena, madam. It was really very, very great to have you and